Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Special Corporate and Administrative Services Committee meeting of Monday, February 1st. This is round one budget meeting. I'd like to acknowledge that the Sunshine Coast Regional District is within the traditional territories of the Sechelt and Squamish Nations. So today we're going to start 3 days of budget deliberations. And I want to thank staff and directors. So I know it's been a lot of work for all of us in the background to prepare to launch this. So as usual, we're holding these budget meetings virtually. We're going to start each day at 9:30. We're going to look to take a 10-minute break somewhere around 11, and then a 45-minute lunch break around 12:15, right, depending on delegations, etc., and another 10-minute break around 2:30. So on day one today, we're going to start with presentations from our community partners and stakeholders. And we're also looking to get a start on the staff budget requests before the end of the day today. And as indicated, some of the staff and directors are attending another meeting at 3:30. So the latest we'll go today would be 3:30. So on Friday, we were notified that staff placed 3 additional reference documents in our sync folder. So I'm sure you all saw that. There is the round one library funding summary, which we'll be using very shortly. The 2021 to 2025 draft financial plan round one budget, and that includes the budget details by service. And then there are 2 pages of sample recommendations. So do you all have the sample recommendations available to you? Perfect. Okay, if you haven't, dig those out. So any questions before we get started from directors? All right, so after reviewing the agenda with staff, we'd like to propose one change. We'd like to move item number 1 down in the agenda to just before item 21. So it'll come just before the start of the staff reports and budget proposals. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? All right, seeing none, I look for a recommendation to adopt the agenda as amended. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Thank you. And I'd look for a recommendation to receive all the presentations and communications from the community partners and stakeholders. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Thank you. So we're going to move on to item number 2, Annex A, page 1, Introduction to Community Partners and Stakeholders. And that would be over to Tina.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So included in the agenda here is a summary of all the community partners and stakeholders and what was funded in the prior year, as well as what is being requested for the current budget. We also have the functional area numbers in where these particular organizations are typically funded from in the second column. It also shows some proposed funding allocations. So for instance, the youth outreach worker, those are based on 50% population, 50% assessment. So there are some specific nuance to some of these as well that staff can help guide with. I also just want to take this moment to thank all the community partners and stakeholders for their extensive submissions to the regional district. I know they submitted them during the pre-budget and a few of them have been revised here. So that's included as the changeover or the updated SCRD 2021 allocation. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you. So again, a couple other points. If you look at the agenda, you'll notice that not all the agenda items indicate who votes on the recommendations. So as Tina said, Annex A shows last year's funding participants for each community group, and those areas who contribute will be voting on those recommendations where it's not indicated on the agenda. Okay, so heads up on that one. In the first part of today, we're going to be reviewing budget requests from 18 groups. At the end of each presentation, after any questions, we're going to refer to the recommendation sheet given to us by staff. And you'll notice if you have those recommendations in front of you, recommendation 1 and 3 are similar. They both approve the ask and incorporate it into the round 2 budget. But recommendation 3 allows for different ways to allocate the funding from the electoral areas. Okay, so we'll look at 1 or 3 and then indicate which one we're going to do. Recommendation 2 would be used if additional information is requested prior to making a decision. And for some of the groups, we may want to hold off making a recommendation right after their presentation. I'm thinking particularly maybe library if we need to have more conversation, and we can circle back later in the day for those. So we'll just keep track of those. Each group has been requested to give verbal presentations only and to restrict their presentations to 10 minutes. Are there any questions on any of this? All right, let's move it off then. So moving on to item number 3, this will be the Sechelt Public Library. Okay, we have Leanne Emery coming in. And Leanne is, and Pat Harvey's here as well. Perfect. So you're in our gallery. You can unmute yourself and turn on your video if you like. Hello, Leanne. And we're waiting for, we can hear you just fine. Is Pat going to be turning her video off as well or on as well?
She is, she should be, at least her audio.
Okay. All right, perfect. So Leanne, you have 10 minutes. Over to you whenever you're ready.
Just waiting for Pat, actually. She's going
to. She's going to lead it off. Okay.
You got 2 Pats.
Morning.
Yes.
I'm not sure that I'm working. Am I working?
We can hear you now, Pat. Yes.
Good. Thank you very much at this point. So I'm going to be very, very brief to give Leanne lots of time. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. It's a very important part of our funding process that we get to do this. Not quite a year ago, Leanne and I took on our new roles at the library. 2 months later, COVID hit. And all of a sudden, Ms. Emery and our staff were faced with some very huge challenges to maintain the level of service to our community. They were creative, they were dedicated, they did a marvelous job. Our library is reopening carefully. We're preparing for the years ahead. With deep thanks, I want to turn this over to Leanne to explain the things that have happened over the last little while. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And thank you to the funders, the District of Sechelt, the Sechelt Indian Government District, and all of you, the Sunshine Coast Regional District, areas A, B, and D. Thank you as well to any of our patrons that are listening in from Egmont, Pender Harbor, Half Moon Bay, Sechelt, and Roberts Creek. Hopefully we have affected your life in a positive way and throughout 2020 and especially throughout COVID-19. 11 months ago, I was hired not from my library background, but from my business background. And although I'm usually all about the numbers and the business model, the library certainly functions as a business. I also now understand this about libraries, that if you want to go from being good to great as a library, you must be so much more than just numbers or books on a shelf. You have to be very actively involved in affecting the well-being of your patrons and in building your community. So if I look at 2020 and measure our library and our staff on being great in affecting the lives of our patrons, here's what I know. We made a difference to the patron who could not find anywhere to fax his organ donor documents but the library. We made a difference to the patron who had dementia and just could not remember how to get home, but he knew that the library could help him. We made a difference to the woman who, after years of searching on her own, we were able to help her find her family's birth records in Italy. We made a difference to the patron in Pender Harbor who was struggling with the technology of her new phone and couldn't connect to her family. And to the gentleman in Half Moon Bay who almost got scammed. We made a difference to the very financially stressed couple who came in and we helped connect to government benefits. We made a difference to the hundreds of patrons who didn't have a computer and don't have a computer at home that can come in and use ours for free and get help for free. We made a difference to the hundreds of patrons we taught how to use Zoom. And we made a difference to a lovely older patron who leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Honey, I think you've saved lives just by being open." If I look at 2020 and measure our library on being great and being a community builder, we didn't do that alone. We partnered with many organizations to implement the best in ideas for our community members. To the Pender Harbor Reading Center, where we are in constant communications, we also contribute almost $3,000 a year towards internet costs and couriers that bring books back and forth between the Pender Harbor Reading Center and the Seashell Library. The Reading Center is a vital link to our community and our library for some of those patrons. The District of Seashell in the COVID-19 Emergency Preparedness Task Force, and thank God we didn't have to go to the last step in that plan. Elder College in supporting adult learning and in supporting many of their seniors with almost 300 private one-on-one technology sessions. School District 46 in showing hundreds of elementary students that they can be excited about science, technology, engineering, and math, and arts. The Literacy Coalition in Strong Start, SD 46 Strong Start, in supporting literacy and learning for younger children and their families. To the volunteer income tax programs, where we offer a safe space for volunteers who do taxes for free to the qualifying patrons. And to Shorncliffe Totem Lodge, Seashell Hospital, where we supply and donate specially selected items on an ongoing basis. Behind every great library, that there is a team that make this integral hub of the community possible, equalized and free for all. Part of that team is the staff. They're our largest line item in our budget. During our 3 months of takeout service, our staff personally chose and filled almost 4,500 bags full of library books and other items for our patrons. Right now, to comply with current health regulations, our staff wear masks up to 7 hours a day to physically and personally assist over 350 patrons a day. The demands on our staff time have increased significantly, but it's balanced with the knowledge that for some, the library staff are the only human connection that many patrons have all week. The other part of that team, of course, is our funders. And this is a budget meeting, so let me just talk about money. Funders will usually balance value with money. Even if you don't personally frequent the library, there is much value to your family, your friends, or your neighbors, whether it's with physical items, online items, technology assistance, or just us being a physical human connection. The supply of money for some has been hit. We've all risen to challenges during COVID-19. In 2020, Seashell Library spent as responsibly as possible, and we applied for as many grants as we possibly could. In this respect, we've been able to secure capital fund reserve for the first time ever to buy new computers and other capital costs that are not funded by our funders and our operating budget. We've revised the 5-year budget to reduce expenditures as much as possible while still providing the essential services that the community deserves. The 2021 ask is very low, and that's to recognize any financial stresses you may have, but also because the Seashell Library, because of the grants that we applied for, are able to contribute over 45,000 of our 2020 surplus into our 2021 revenues. So in conclusion, thank you for making libraries and reading centers on the Sunshine Coast possible. We are and we continue to be the best stewards of your financial contributions. On behalf of myself, our staff, and our library board, we thank you for your continued partnership with Seashell Public Library. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, any questions? Director Hills.
Thanks very much for the presentation, and thanks, Chair. Yeah, public washrooms is one of the things that keeps coming up over, and it was noted in your presentation about the use of public washrooms in the public. If you could just say how that worked out in your facility, just as a little bit of detail there, please.
Yes, thanks, Mark. According to the current health regulations, the bathrooms need to be cleaned once daily. So we are now open 6 days a week, and we've made arrangements to include extra costs for our Saturday openings. So right now, our public washroom is available to everyone for the entire 6 days that we're open.
Go ahead.
Just follow up. The people using it, patrons. It's shared between the municipal hall, public, and the library. I understand. So people who are using it, people just walking in say, can I use your washroom, or do people know about it? I guess is how do people find out about this facility?
I would say the answer to your question is both. It's the bathroom is shared by patrons that visit the District of Sechelt. It's shared by people who use the community room for whatever purpose that is, and for staff and for patrons that visit the public library. So it's shared by everyone. It's only open during hours that we're open, but anybody can use it.
Yeah, and Mark, they're not actually physically in the library itself, right? They're outside the library. Any other questions? All right, so directors, what would you like to do? We could probably move we don't have any other questions for our presenters. We could move them back into the gallery. Thank you, Leanne and Pat.
Thank you.
And directors, we're looking here at areas A, B, and D. Tina?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So just to mention that staff are currently working to present the revised funding agreement with the between the Sechelt Indian Government District of Sechelt, and SCRD. Staff just met last week. And so the numbers that are reflected in the library funding summary is the draft figures that we have presented in accordance to the budget that was submitted by the library. One of the things that I think Leanne and Pat may not have mentioned is the library very diligently this year went through line by line of their budget. So I just want to thank them for some significant effort on going through their budget for this year. So the numbers, they're not exact to what's reflected in the page number 16. There are a few sort of rounding issues that would probably need, but in the agreement, the numbers that are reflected in the library summary reflect what has been drafted in the agreement currently. So staff can take any questions.
Okay, Director Ties?
Well, it sounds like maybe I should make the motion that the 2021 funding request from the Sechelt Public Library be referred to the 2021 round 2 budget pending finalized numbers from staff. And is there anything else that needs to be added there?
Tina?
No, if that's the motion that the committee wishes to make, that's okay. The other option would be that if funders are okay with what has been draft presented in principle, then the agreement is just to really formalize the concept of the agreement. But if the apportionment methods and the funding allocated based on these amounts are suitable, I know that the agreement too reflects a 5-year funding allocation, so that's also what will be presented. So this is an agreement for the starting off point for 2021 as we lead into the subsequent funding years.
Okay, so it would be, if we choose, it could be recommendation 3 with the numbers as presented in the spreadsheet. Is that correct? So it'd just be referred to, approved and incorporated into round 2 with funding as indicated on this spreadsheet here. Is that what you're looking for, Director Ties? Or do you want to see the 5-year agreement come back prior to moving this forward?
I'd like to see the 5-year agreement. It's very hard to look at numbers and actually see what's going on, in my opinion, but that's just how I feel.
Tina, would we have that agreement back before round 2?
That is the goal, is to have it for February CAS.
Okay. Okay. So that's the recommendation Director Ties has put forward. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconder. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Next up, we have the Gibson's Public Library. And I'm going to need to make notes on each of these as we go forward. So let's bring Gibson's in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Okay,
well,
just a reminder, we give you 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to introduce our board chair, Janet Hodgkinson, to start.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
so
morning.
nice to be here today. I'm here as chair in support of Heather, but I just wanted to express to you that we are very grateful to be able to report to you at this time every year, and Heather will take it from here and let you know how our year was at the Gibson's Public Library.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Okay, well, I will keep to my time. I know you have a busy schedule. So I have to start with a quote because I get kind of emotional when I talk about libraries. So it'll keep me on track. A library in the middle of a community is a cross between an emergency exit, a life raft, and a festival. They are cathedrals of the mind, hospitals of the soul, theme parks of the imagination. On a cold, rainy island, they are the only sheltered public space where you are not a consumer, but a citizen instead. That's by Caitlin Moran. So that quote actually speaks to pandemic life at the library very strongly. As my colleague Leanne shared with you, the stories of patrons coming here as a lifeline was more poignant this year than ever before. During this intensely challenging year, the library pivoted quickly after we had to close our doors for just 6 weeks. And we were just closed from March until May, at which time we started a takeout service. And then we reopened our doors in July, which was a big push for us and the staff to get that happening as quickly as it did. We shifted to a huge increase in digital resources and phone and email support while our doors were closed, and added some excellent databases such as Canopy to help people be able to explore the world and learning from home. Throughout this challenging pandemic, our library has continued to improve quality of life by generating personal, community, and economic development. We continue to be one of the only free non-commercial spaces that's open to everyone, regardless of age, gender, race, or socioeconomic standing. And our library really is as much an economic service as anything else. We talk a lot about our community hub role, which is probably our most impactful, but we certainly are a pivotal part of the economic development of the Sunshine Coast. To have an economy that functions, you need people who are healthy, able to contribute, and who have the skills and resources they need to participate. We exist in physical space as well as virtual to provide this to our community. Life has gotten really difficult for people, and people whose lives were hard got harder during this pandemic. So for people who may be unemployed or homeless, equal access to library resources has taken on a more profound meaning. Historically, library use increases during recessions or economic downturns. When people are struggling financially, they need those free supports and services that we offer. And this was certainly true as we saw our big increase in our membership this year. We had 450 new members register for the library, and much of it was due to the pandemic. Our annual budget asks are diligently developed with a mindfulness to fiscal restraint and responsibility. And I thank my amazing board for this. They realize that there's a lot of financial pressure on the regional district in the wake of the pandemic, and we are presenting an extremely tight and conservative request, even as our library has incurred additional COVID-related expenses. Our mission is to connect our community to the world of culture, knowledge, and ideas. And our strategic goal is to build community, encourage and enable lifelong learning, and create welcoming spaces and resources continues. We've worked hard to meet these goals in 2020 and to thrive under the pressure of the pandemic. These align with the SCRD's strategic objectives, and we are confident that our funders receive an excellent return on their investment. In closing, I often refer to the library as the great equalizer, as it ensures equal access to all and effectively helps to level the playing field for our most vulnerable members. The library embraces its dual role in being the ambassador and gateway to technology, while equally providing people to have respite. The SCRD's support for our community's public libraries has never been more important. Our digital infrastructure ensures everyone has public access to connectivity, and we've just actually increased our bandwidth because so many people use our Wi-Fi. They're actually parked outside right now, waiting for our doors to open. And we want to thank you for offering us the support that we need to increase the quality of life for our community and giving the individuals the tools they need to move forward. I thank you all for your continued support, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I think I saw you mouth my name there, Director Seegers, but I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I thought I unmuted it. Didn't click off. Yes, over to you, Director Beavers.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Heather and Janet, for your presentations. The Gibson's Library is indeed a important community resource and hub for Gibsons. And I can attest to the work and support that Heather has shown for the vulnerable people in our community. Very present and active in terms of supporting the shelter and the upcoming supportive housing project. And one of the things that I'm actually going to be coming forward very shortly with is preparing a welcome package for the residents of the supportive housing, and to include in that a application for a library membership so that people can actually be that. And if they want to include a letter for that, I would also encourage you to apply for the $1,000 COVID relief grant that we've just announced for the town, so that also help with budget and some of the costs that you've incurred around supporting the vulnerable people. You also have washrooms, you also have services and places for people to gather, and it's difficult this time. So I certainly do support your request this year. It's important that we kind of focus for the next period of time, I think, on these different ways of providing services and pivoting to the community. And you've certainly demonstrated a willingness and eagerness to do that and working with people. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other directors? Director Hiltz.
Sure. Thanks, Janet and Heather, for the presentation, and the board. It's really been a privilege for me to be a liaison to the GDPL board, and you know they've adapted and pivoted as a board and continue to give good governance. And I don't have any specific questions, but I would like to approach the approval, and I believe I'm going to call it option 1 approval. I would like to move that the first blank is the amount, I believe, which is the 668,901, if I understand.
Yes.
668,901.
Yes, that's right. Correct.
So that
it's in
goes
red and really small.
That goes in the first blank.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the second blank is from.
Right. I think if you actually go down to recommendation 3, right, it would be the same, that the amount, the 608,901 or whatever, for the Gibsons and District Public Library be approved and incorporated into 2021 round 2 budget, funded as follows. And then in there, Tina, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so what's unique with well, not necessarily, the libraries are a unique entity in themselves here at the regional district. So the Gibsons and District Public Library is actually funded through the Function 640. Okay. So there is a funding apportionment. So if the approval for the funding for the grant is approved, we would just circle back to Area D, and then they would say what amount they would apportion towards that. So we can just go ahead and approve and incorporate it. We don't need to redistribute the allocation because the service.
Okay.
Libraries keep you on your toes.
Yes. So do we need Area D though to indicate the amount?
I think what we can do is, I mean, it's up to the area director, but sometimes what we do is they usually receive all the funding requests from the 3 entities that they typically fund, and then we kind of circle back and just deal with that particular service in itself. Does that sound okay?
It's fine with me.
Director? Okay.
Okay, so we need to circle back for Roberts Creek Area D for the library. Okay, so we have a recommendation on the floor. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. And then this is voting areas D, E, F, and Gibson's. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Heather and Janet, and we will move you back into the gallery.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, sorry, I'm just making notes. Thank you. Moving on, item 5, this is the Pender Harbor Reading Center. We will have Karen Dick and Kathy Harrison.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes?
When does the circling back to D bit happen? When is that? When do we circle back?
Good question. Tina? Is it after we've done the Roberts Creek, like the reading room, and the 2 libraries?
Yes, we could. That's what we can do if you like. If the particular area director is prepared to do that.
Director Tice?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to what decision I have to make, but yes, I'm willing to. I think if we just go with what's on the provided chart there, I think that works for me.
Okay. So we'll come back at the end then and deal with that. Thank you. So do we have Pender Harbor Reading Center in attendance? Karen, okay, Karen is here. Karen, is Kathy joining us as well?
And
Hello, Karen, we can hear you.
okay, and now you can see me.
We can see you, yes.
And Sylvia Schowler, who is the vice chair of the board, is also in the waiting room.
Okay, so we'll bring Sylvia in. What would she be named there? Because I don't see a Sylvia in there.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I would assume that she would it would be Schowler.
I don't see that.
Sylvia, can you email me quickly and let me know?
Or rename, she can rename herself.
Or rename yourself? She did email me. She's watching on YouTube. She had some technical difficulties.
Okay.
So I will just proceed if that's all right with you.
That's fine. And just to remind you, we've allotted 10 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate the time today, and I'd like to thank the SCRD board for the opportunity to be here today to discuss our 2021 budget and our ongoing financial situation. The Reading Center has largely been a self-funded organization. Our current budget runs to around $10,000 annually. In 1986, the Reading Center was left a bequest of $66,000 for the provision of library services to use in any way that the board chose. The interest on this bequest has provided for most of our expenses and made moving into the SCRD building that we now occupy practical. Later, a subsequent bequest of $10,000 was added to it. And at that time, there was also a BC grant for small reading centers like ours. The provincial grant was canceled years ago, and interest rates have dropped drastically since those days of the 80s and 90s, as the price of books and all other expenses continue to rise. Past boards decided to dip into the bequest funds to make up any shortfalls which arose, and a few angel donors also appeared to help keep us afloat. At one point, we had almost $100,000 in this fund. For the past few years, we have used only a small amount of the bequest annually, and it was the belief of the boards that eventually the Sunshine Coast would have a regional library system that would manage all library services on the coast, including Pender Harbor. I personally have always had my doubts about this strategy because I believe the Gibsons and Sechelt Public Libraries boards cherish their independence, and they don't need the support of a larger public library organization because of the services available to them through Public Library Interlink and the BC Library Cooperative. And that's a change that's developed over the years. A few years ago, we turned to the SCRD for grant and aid funding, and were successful in replacing some of the lost funding from the provincial cutbacks. And it was under the leadership of previous Area A Director Frank Morrow that we moved from being dependent on the grant and aid process to having a permanent spot on the SCRD budget, which funds the other libraries on the Sunshine Coast. We had considered asking the SCRD for more funding for 2021, but decided because of the pressures on all municipal governments because of the COVID pandemic that we would not do so until 2022. At the present time, we have about $60,000 in our funding reserves that generates about $1,000 annually in interest. Right at the end of 2020, we received about $6,000 in donations, which are not reflected in the budget that we filed with the SCRD. And this reduces our deficit to under $1,000 for 2020. We cannot count on this level of donation every year, and so we will be gradually increasing our revenue in two different ways going forward. However, if it's possible for the SCRD to cover our 2020 deficit of about $700, we would be grateful. In order to increase our revenue to meet our annual expenses, as requested by the SCRD in your motion, we are polling our members to find out if they are willing to increase their level of donations to the Reading Center. We are looking at annual fundraising, which we already do, increasing our membership fees, and planned giving. Unfortunately, our membership is not a wealthy group, and while I do believe that they will do what they can to help, they don't have a lot of resources in this direction. Secondly, we plan to increase our request for funding from the SCRD in 2022 and going forward until we can assure our sustainability. We are not looking for a lot of money, and we do not see a need to expand our services. We feel that we are doing a good job in providing our members with what they want from the Reading Center. We're not in a position to offer the kind of community development and community enrichment programs that the larger public libraries are able to provide. Libraries, as always, are constantly changing, and certainly the availability of digital media as a supplement to print on paper, and some of our members have moved on to more digital than print media. We do not know if this will continue after the pandemic is over, but my gut feeling is that it will. We are also very appreciative of the support of the C. Shelton District Public Library, which has funded our internet service and which provides a weekly delivery and return service for those materials as requested by our members. Leanne Emery, director of the C. Shelton Public Library, was also extremely helpful to us in the development of our COVID-19 operational plan. The Pender Harbor Reading Center has been in operation for about 55 years, and we hope to continue to provide services for Pender Harbor and Egmont for many years to come. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Are there any questions?
Directors? Any questions? Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Interested in the donation side of things. The Pender Harbor Reading Society does have charitable status, I understand.
We do.
We do. Does that play a role in the response from the public in making donations? Do you feel the importance of the tax receipt?
Well, I think we offer a tax receipt for anything over $20 in donations, and a lot of our donations are around the order of $20, but we've recently received donations in the neighborhood of $5,000 and $2,000, and I think that the tax receipt is important for those large donations.
Director McMahon.
Yeah, I didn't actually have a question, but I just wanted to say that the background was very much appreciated. Having that context is great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions by directors? Director Lee. And you're muted.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to increase the grant request to the Pender Harbor Reading Foundation 2,000 to 2,700, and that the 2021 budget submission of 2,700 from the Pender Harbor Reading Center be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. This is voting all directors. Any further questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to come and meet with you today.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Karen.
So we're going to move on to item number 6. This is the Pender Harbor Health Center, and we'll have Suzanne Richter and John Rathbone. And I did notice both of them are in the gallery. Hello, Susan.
Hi.
And we're just
Are we
waiting
both
for
here?
John. Nope, John is not here yet. IT, it's PHHC. Yeah. John Rathbone. There he's coming. Okay, and just a reminder that you'll have 10 minutes for your presentation. And who's leading off this morning?
I'll be leading off.
Perfect.
Okay, well, thanks so much for inviting us to present to you. This is a nice opportunity for me as the new Chief Operating Officer. I know some of you from my previous role with Vancouver Coastal Health as the Manager of Mental Health and Substance Use Services. And I would just like to say that I'm very honored to be part of the team that's working at Pender Harbor Health Center. And I think particularly stepping into this role during the COVID pandemic has been such an eye-opener and has just given me a real appreciation for the dedication and the willingness of people to come to work during a really difficult time period. And just also want to say that the community of Pender Harbor has been incredible to work with as well. And they've been so supportive to their own community members. So I'm going to give a little overview of the past year and what we're doing. And John is going to speak to the budget request. I know last year you had a detailed summary of the health services, so I'm just going to do a brief overview and put it into context of what's been happening around the pandemic. Our nursing clinic has not closed down. We are one of the only health services that has remained open on the Sunshine Coast when others closed down, I would say besides the hospital. So that has been a lot of responsibility, and but also a great service to be able to keep providing to the community. So our ambulatory care, urgent care, home care, and lab care has been provided by our nurses. We've managed to increase our social worker to half-time, and that's been really helpful because it's also been a difficult time for community members to navigate many different applications, some of the deficits that everyone is experiencing because of the pandemic right now. So, and we're hoping in the future to be able to increase that funding still and have some more full-time allied type positions. Our chronic disease management, diabetes, and dietitian have continued to provide services, as well as mental health counseling and psychiatry 1 day a week, and they come from mental health. They've been working virtually. That's one of the services that hasn't been here in person. We've added a hearing assessment specialist, and we continue to have busy chiropractic, dental, foot care nursing, and registered massage therapy. And so one of the people who are coming to the clinic in the near future, and we're especially pleased about this because we were going through a transition of physicians. We had 3 physicians who were rotating from the Seashelt Medical Associates, and we're no longer able to sustain practicing because of various reasons. They're on a retirement stream. Many of them have been working virtually. And so our goal was to recruit a full-time physician to come and actually work specifically in the clinic, and we have managed to do that. He's here right now for his first visit, and his name is Colin Sutton. And so he's going to work with us, he and his wife, Linda McNeil, who's an RN, and she's going to work with him in his practice, but they will be coming to the clinic and working with us in a very collaborative and team-based way, which is what the goal that we've had as a community health center is to really be a true team-based care provider. And so in addition to that, and they'll be starting in about April of this year. In addition, we've managed to add the electronic medical record to our clinic, which helps us to have better sharing of patient information between our nurses and physicians in the community. And in terms of service volumes, we did not slow down with the pandemic. I think we've been more busy. We served 5,780 individual patients, and we estimate that we provide about 18,000 patient visits annually with this clinic. So it is an essential part of the healthcare service for the Sunshine Coast. And I guess also because we are somewhat isolated from other parts of the coast due to our lack of public transportation, we feel that it is a critical service in this area. One of the reasons we've had additional nursing hours, and we have had 42% more hours of home care nursing, is because we understand that people still want to have in-person service. And we've been hearing that over and over from community members. And then the other big reason for that is that families have been bringing people from long-term care out of long-term care to live with them in the community. And so that has really increased our nursing hours because now our home care nurses are providing care for very complex patients who are now living with their family members who often are very well-intentioned, but really don't know many of the things you need to know to care for complex patients. So that's one of the, those are the 2 main effects that we think contributed to that. We did apply for some funding from the Canadian Community Foundations to cover the deficit that we experienced because of that. We believe that we've received it. However, we haven't received the final confirmation and the funding at this point in time. We've also applied for other emergency funding for things like PPE, and additional janitorial, and we've had some success with that from the Sunshine Coast Community Foundation and the Canadian Association of Community Health Centers. We've been working closely with BCH to ensure that we're aligned with all of the infection control protocols that they have for an ambulatory care unit, and we're part of the Emergency Operations Command for COVID. And so we will be, some of our nurses will be participating in the COVID vaccine rollout when it happens up in Pender Harbor as well. And we don't have an announcement specifically yet, but that will be coming up hopefully within the next month. In terms of things that we've been funded for and helped with by the SCRD previously, we're just waiting now for the delivery of a garage for our wheelchair accessible van, and that's coming hopefully in the next 2 weeks. There have been some delays on that because of transport. We have now got a grant to operationalize that van. It's really difficult to find volunteers right now. And so we did get some funding to have a paid driver, and within the next short time period, we'll be taking people to medical visits on the Sunshine Coast with our van. In terms of our building, we have applied for a COVID resilience infrastructure capital grant. Our building has been renovated 3 times in the last 45 years and has an inconsistent HVAC. Well, it doesn't have an HVAC system. We have about 3 different types of heating systems, and we have almost a complete lack of ventilation. And that's been a concern with COVID-19 because you need ventilation in rooms where you're giving patient care. So we do have a capital renovation that's gone in for the HVAC system. Also to replace the flooring, we have 30-year-old carpeting in parts of the building, in most parts of the building. And we are also trying to make increased physician room sizes in the physician wing. And so we have requested, and John may speak to this more, we have requested an additional $20,000 from the SCRD. I will say that we've included that as an ask in the CVRIS grant. However, of course, we don't know whether we'll be getting that funding. And in addition, we're going to be doing a fundraising campaign in the very near future with both operational deficit and capital targets. And so when we see where we land, if we have any success with CVRIS, we will be creating some capital targets. And I guess our hope was that we may still have a contribution towards this important flooring issue. And so I wanted to thank you before I hand over to John. Thank you so much for the support. It's critical support for this facility. And we thank you again for having us and hearing our summary. So John.
Thank you. John Rathbone, come on down.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, our operational expenses we've held them pretty close to budget. We've experienced increases in utilities and insurance, which we generally have no control over. But we're basically on target for our operational expenses. We've had increases to janitorial and office, mainly due to COVID-19. We've cut down on some of our maintenance costs to even out the budget. We're asking for an increase of $8,000 from 142,040 to 150,040. We feel that we've worked hard to keep our budget in line, and these are costs that are not in our control, but are experiencing as a result of either COVID-19 or other things. So other than that, we think we've done a fairly decent job in this area. We appreciate the funding. Our accelerate that we have has suffered through the COVID-19. We're not getting as much funding from them as anticipated, but we've had other people in the community come forward and provide us funding this year. And I can't say enough about the Pender Harbor community and the support that they have given us during this period. We've also applied in other areas. We're waiting to hear back on a 10% wage subsidy to cover some of our wages. And any other funding that we're looking at is increasing our SEBA funding, which will give us another 20,000. But we've got a lot of things going on, and it's good for the community, and our staff here have done a great job changing as we've had to change on a weekly or daily basis. So, and we appreciate the SRD's support. And any questions?
All right, thank you. Any questions by directors? Director Lee, and then Director Hiltz.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Susan and John. It was a great presentation, and you did answer the questions that were outstanding. So thank you. I have a couple of just curiosity questions. One is the $5,000 for the handicap vehicle. I'm guessing that's gas maintenance and insurance, but do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other question I have is that I noticed that there's a $4,800 deficit, and further down there's quite a large figure for historical deficit of $237,160. Is my assumption correct that you have a deficit that size that you need to address?
Well, we have that's just an operation expenses over the years. And we've had reserve funding that we've been able to cover those deficits in those years.
Great, thank you. That definitely helps my concerns, addresses my concerns.
Yeah, no, they're not outstanding still. But just the current year one would be the only one outstanding is operating deficit.
Yes, and I think Susan was explaining how that's going to be taken care of, hopefully. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about the tenants who have changed how they provide services to the virtual, to the virtual care, and they're no longer needing this physical office. So how is this affecting the revenue side of things and the future? Like their space, people don't want to occupy it, and just I'm not intimately familiar with the space and how it works. I just heard you mention the physician's wing. So if you could just say how this tenancy and the lack of tenancy and the move to virtual medicine could affect the health center.
Yes, I'll speak to that. So we do have this new physician coming. We have had a deficit of that tenant, the physician tenant income for the last few months. That I think they left at the end of September. However, this physician is negotiating a lease with us and will be providing mostly in-person care. And that's his goal. That's his preference as well. And so we're very fortunate to have found him. So that really takes care of the main tenant issue. And then the rest of our tenants are still in the building and are still operating.
Any further questions from directors? Director Lee.
Not really a question. I was wondering if John could help me with a statement. When the van was purchased, there was donations from a couple of local people, and also there was a donation from the community forest that actually provided a significant grant to assist. Can you remind me what the size of that grant was? Just off the top of your head?
Well, size of what?
The community forest grant you're asking about?
Well, yes. We received 40,000 grant from the community forest.
Yes, so I forgot to thank the community forest for that when I was mentioning it in a previous meeting. I needed to correct that.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that the 2021 budget submission of $150,040 from the Pender Harbor and District Health Center be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
Yeah, and it's seconded, and this is voting all directors. Yeah, Tara?
Thank you, Chair. To Director Lee, would you also like to add in that motion the special capital project or address that separately?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Would you like to address the special project in the motion, or would you like to address that separately?
Is the special project included in that figure, or is it
No.
on that figure?
It is a separate figure.
Oh, I'd like to just put her in there at the same time. So that's another 20,000, right?
Yes.
Oh, Tina's
Tara?
here.
Yeah, Tina, go ahead.
Yeah, so typically any additional requests for the Pender Harbor Health Clinic are funded through its reserve fund. And currently there's 36,000, just a little over 36,000 that's uncommitted. So the operation grant is funded through the taxation allocation, and the additional 20,000 can be funded through the reserves if the director so wishes.
Director Lee? So the recommendation would be that the budget submission of $150,040 from the Pender Harbor Health Center be approved into and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget, and that 20,000 be allocated for the special project out of the Pender Harbor Health Center reserve. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be cool. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. All right, any further questions or comments? This is voting all directors. So all those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you, Suzanne and John.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have up Mike Clement, Board Chair, and Matthew Lovegrove, Curator, and Thor Olson, Treasurer from the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives. Hello, Matthew. We're just waiting for Mike. Oh, Mike is coming.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, you're here. Oh, there's Mike. Perfect. All right. So just to remind you again, we have 10 minutes. And who's leading off?
Yes. Good morning, Chair and Board. I'm Mike Clement, the Chair of the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives. I'm here this morning with our Museum Manager, Matthew Lovegrove, and I hope our Treasurer, Thor Olson. Matthew is going to give you a brief overview of our operation, a very brief overview. We went overtime last year. I promise you that we'll make up for it easily this year. Matthew will then pass you off to our Treasurer, Thor, who will give you a very quick introduction to our ask, and then we're all here to answer questions if there are any. And without further ado, I'll pass you over to one other thing. I want to thank you all, if I don't get another chance, for your support over the many years from all areas of the regional district. We're much appreciative of your support. So, Matthew, a brief overview.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. It's nice to see your faces even digitally this morning. First off, I really just wanted to say a big thanks to all the SCRD directors, as well as the SCRD staff, for all of their work in this challenging year. I can only imagine some of the challenges that you do face on a daily basis, so thank you for all of your hard work. As you may recall from our last presentation last year, we had a really busy 2019. So of course, COVID-19 was quite a shock to our system, like most organizations. Although the pandemic has really presented some pretty serious challenges for us, I think we've adapted to really still deliver that high quality of heritage service that we're really proud of offering the community. So we made the decision to close on March 17th last year, just as COVID was ramping up. And very quickly, we decided to pivot our resources to 3 priority issues at this time. And the first was just the continuation of those core heritage services, still offering the research to the public and still working on digital outreach in terms of heritage education, writing newspaper articles. And so we really wanted to maintain that baseline of quality heritage service for the community. The second priority that we came up with was to create an online educational portal for students and teachers within SD46 to offer museum digital content. So we called this Sunshine Coast Museum at Home, and we gathered together all of our digital assets on a web page, and we promoted that to the community. So we really wanted people to still be able to access museum content from the comfort of their own home during the first stage of the pandemic. And the third priority that we came up with was to really start engaging in rapid response collecting. What that means is going out as an event is unfolding and actually collecting archival documents and artifacts to document that event as it unfolds. So we were taking photographs of the community, we were making audio recordings of the community celebrations every night. And we as well worked with Gibson's Public Art Gallery on documenting photographs of artwork created by community members during this time. So those were our 3 priorities right away. We also, at that time, we started doing more collections-based work on site as we had more space to do so, processing artifacts and archives that we can't really do on a larger scale when we're open. So in that way, it was a bonus, actually. So we moved into phase 2 with our provincial reopening strategy, and we developed our COVID-19 work safe plan, of course, that included installing plexiglass barriers at the museum, hand sanitizer stations, also some really bright and striking visual signage to guide the visitor experience when we did reopen. And we decided to only allow 8 people at a time into the museum when we did reopen. So that was on July 2nd. We were open to the public again with a smaller staff, as well as limited hours of operation. So looking back, all in all, summer went very, very smoothly down here. We had visitation, of course, that was down, but it felt very safe. And I'm really glad we spent the time to craft that plan. Of course, however, due to the second wave kind of hitting this fall, we made the voluntary decision to close again on November 7th. And these closures, of course, affect our annual numbers for last year. Our visitation was down about 76% from the previous year, and our admission donations were down about 63%. So we're closed currently, but looking ahead, we're still busy offering those core services to the public, the research, the administrative. We're also updating exhibits currently. It's something that we can do when the doors are closed. And we're continuing that collections work that I mentioned earlier. So if you were to come down to the museum, you'd see a lot of tables out with artifacts that we are currently processing. So we have not set a date for reopening currently, but we anticipate that coming online, hopefully, as the numbers of COVID start to decrease in the coming months. So overall, I guess the message we wanted to communicate was that I think we've responded proactively in order to maintain that level of service that we're really proud of offering the community, and we really appreciate the support from the SCRD to continue to offer that service. So thanks, everybody. I think that I'm going to pass it over to our treasurer, Tor Olson.
Hello, everyone. You all received our budget for 2021, and like everyone else, it was prepared in October. We really didn't know what we were going to be faced with. We were able to achieve some savings. Mainly because our assistant curator left in April to basically look after her daughter. So she was taken off the payroll. We had a Canada Student Job student again this year. We applied for, I think, 12 weeks of funding. We received 8. Our assistant curator came back for a few days. So by the end of the year, our total revenue was 92% of budget, and our expenses were about 81%. So the savings from, I guess, the assistant curator not being employed was resulting in about $14,000 of revenue, less expenses. So at this present time, we're in a solid financial position going forward. We, like everyone else, aren't really sure what we're going to be faced with over the following year. So you've got the statements to September. I don't know if you've got any questions, fire away.
All right, thank you. Any questions from directors? Director Lee, and then Director Beamish.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a curiosity question. I notice that you're going to be working with the Temswea Museum on hosting their residential school exhibit in 2021. I was wondering if you could give me an idea of what that will be and how it will look.
That's a great question, Mr. Lee. Thank you very much for that. So we've been in conversation with Temswea curator Raquel Joe for the past little while on hosting Temswea's feature exhibit on the residential school down here at the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives. So we will be borrowing the content and hosting it here in our feature exhibit space. With COVID, it was actually supposed to be up by now, but things have been shifted back a little bit. So we're continuing to work on that, and it's always a great collaboration to work with Raquel. As you all know, she's a pleasure to work with. So looking forward to that.
All right, Director. Thank you, Director Beamish.
Yeah, I've got 2 questions, maybe 3. I noticed that when you did your budget, you were projecting a 2% cost of living increase. Which is actually materialized now. I think we know now that cost of living is either 1% or less for 2020. And I wonder, would your budget be adjusted to reflect the actual cost of living as opposed to the projected cost of living? Secondly, what happens to the surplus? I mean, do we go forward with a surplus being added to your bottom line, or do we adjust our projection for 2021 in terms of going forward in terms of your needs? Just being aware that everybody's belts tightening this year, and how do we reflect that in your program?
Yeah.
If I can address that surplus question. Any surplus we've generated in the past has been set aside for refurbishment of our storage facilities and other capital items. As far as storage goes, maybe Mike can fill us in on what the plans for the storage are. But as far as adjusting the budget, yes, it was a cost of living projection of 2%. Certainly that can be downgraded, but we were, in fact, like everyone else, kind of working in a bit of an unknown with the COVID situation.
And the other opportunity is that, as you may be aware or may not be, that the town just announced a new grant program of COVID restructure grant for $1,000. So you're certainly entitled to apply for that as well to offset any of your COVID costs. And with that, and with an adjustment to the cost of living, you would probably see yourself being able to get by with the same level of budget as you had last year, as opposed to an additional 2%. That's all. That's where I'm thinking.
Yeah, I can't really disagree with that, Mr. Mayor. I don't think we'll be applying for the extra $1,000. We've received $2,000 from the BC Museum Association. That's been applied for, plexiglass, signage, etc. And we haven't used all of that. I think we're up to about $1,400, but and sanitizers. There will be some ongoing costs in that connection. To be really blunt, I don't have a problem leaving our ask at the same level as last year without the 2%.
I appreciate that. And I think that's realistic. I think we all have to be realistic in this process. And I will be looking at those cost of living adjustments that other organizations have identified as well, saying, the reality is that our cost of living is 1% or less, and we shouldn't be having 2.5% here or 2% there or whatever goes through the board. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from directors? Director McMahon.
Just a quick comment. It's great to see all the historical photographs pop up on my Facebook feed. Thank you very much. Great job, museum.
Thank you. Directors, what would you like to do? Director Beamish?
I guess, is there a way to then make a resolution that acknowledges the change we just discussed and puts the dollar amount back to the 89,316 that was the 2020 budget line?
Yes, so it would be, and that the 2021 budget submission of 89,316 from the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
I would move that as long as I hear from the museum archives if they're comfortable with that number.
If I may, if I may,
Right.
we can continue to struggle along with the numbers that we have had in the past. I worry about the health of our staff. Matthew has been working alone very hard without increases in salary. We don't have an assistant at the moment. We're not sure what kind of work we're going to get from the students, or if we're going to get grants from the students coming up in the summertime. We struggle to do the best we can with the funds that we get. Had we had the increases, we've got a small surplus at the moment, only because Matthew is working overtime, extra time. We're short on staff. We've got the volunteer directors doing everything that they possibly can. We could use $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 to improve our museum and the services that we provide. I appreciate that Tor's trying to work in these difficult times with all of you, and you've got tight budgets as well. But this will put a hardship on our staff, and we can live with it. We've been living with it for 30 years. We were just hoping to get to a little more comfortable positions and being able to do more with what we have than struggling and choosing which programs we do and how we do it with the staff members. So that's the end of my rant.
Okay. Director Beamish, did you want to address that?
I understand that. And Aaron Thor, if we move back to the realistic of the 1% cost of living increase, if you identify something as a cost of living increase, it should be realistic to what the cost of living was. That's all. Somebody might say, and I see in the package we have 2.5% cost of living increase in some places. The reality is it was not that, and we know that now. So that in terms of that projection, so I'm quite happy to live with a 1% cost of living increase, which I anticipate all of our organizations are dealing with. And I would encourage the museum to apply for that COVID relief fund. It recognizes not just plexiglass, but washroom cleaning and maintenance and the facility and different way of doing things. And it is $1,000 that is eligible, if they are eligible for. And so I would encourage that to look at that and not leave that on the table, so to speak. So if you adjust that, the 1% would be about $890 increase, and
893.16.
and adjusted it to recognize a 1% increase instead of a 2% increase. And I know it's semantics, but we all have to live with that within that budget this year.
Okay, so we'd be looking at $90,209.
And I would move that.
Okay, so 90,209, that's with a 1% increase. Director Hiltz?
I just want to weigh in on this note item. It's a 2% increase for 2021, not a retrospective looking at 2020. So it's an anticipation of a projection of 2% in 2021. So I'm kind of feeling that we're saying don't ask more this year because last year it was 1%. I'm just kind of so it's a cost of living of Vancouver? Is it cost of living for the groceries? Is it cost of living for what? So I think it's, for me, it looks like it's a 2% is a bit of a shorthand way in terms of the museum of adjusting for upward costs all around. So I'm not sure if the cost of living that the museum is talking about is like the CPI, if they're thinking of a CPI. I just, a little bit of details about it. It's about 2021, not 2020. So I'm just looking at that, looking for some clarification on how people are thinking what cost of living actually means versus what we think it might mean.
Okay, so there was a recommendation that first of all, a recommendation that we approve 89,316, which got seconded. We didn't vote on that. And then it was changed to 90,209. Where do we want to go with this? So that has not been seconded. So that would be an amendment, but it has not been seconded. So currently what's on the floor is 89,316. Director McMahon.
All right. Despite having seconded the first motion, I would be okay with going forward with the museum's request as presented, because I fear we're getting into the weeds over relatively small amounts of money here.
Okay, so would you like to make an amendment to the original recommendation to change the amount to 91,100?
Sure, I'll move that.
Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded for that recommendation. So we have a recommendation on the floor that we approve the budget submission of 91,100 from Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives to be approved and incorporated in the 2021 round 2 budget. Has been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments? All those in, Director Beamish, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to vote against it only because I'm going to remain consistent. Because I think that in this area of COVID, I just cannot see adding extra taxes onto the tax burden of our taxpayers. We're going to be asking them to tighten their belts, and if we can't have a consistent approach to how we're doing that, then we don't have a plan. So I will simply say that I understand it. I support the museum. But at the same time, as it does, all these small amounts add to the bottom line of the taxpayer of the town of Gibsons, and I'm not prepared to incrementally increase by 1,000 paper cuts and every time we do something. So I encourage support for the museum, but I'm going to be consistent in my approach. Thank you.
Thank you. So recommendation on the floor is for the 91,100. All those in favor? Thank you. And those opposed? And would you like that recorded, Director Beamish? No. Director Lee, did you want it recorded?
No, I just have to agree with Bill.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you to the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives. We are now at 11:02. Sorry, go ahead, Mike. You have final comment?
No, I was just going to say thank you to everyone. I really appreciate that. And Bill will be coming after you for that $1,000 grant.
Good. That's what it's for.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right, it is 11:02. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So we will see you back here at 11:12. And it's great to have you back, Director Ties. Welcome back from our break this morning. We are live with the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee Round 1 budget meeting. And our next delegation up is Lisa with Youth Outreach. And I believe Lynn McKay is also joining her. This is with Sunshine Coast Community Services Society with regards to Youth Outreach Worker Program. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Weigendorf. I'm a youth outreach worker with Sunshine Coast Community Services. And today with me, I was hoping to also welcome in Jolanda Kleisterly into the meeting, as well as Denise Woodley. Is that possible?
Yes, we can do that right now.
Thank you. Perfect. So as I was saying, my name is Lisa. I'm a member of the youth outreach team. Today, I have my colleague, Jolanda Kleisterly. She is also a youth outreach worker. And we are also joined by Denise Woodley, who's our Director of Program and Staff Development. Thank you so much for having us. Having a chance to speak to some of our accomplishments this year is very exciting. So Youth Outreach Team, our goal is to promote wellness, harm reduction, and resource access for youth on the Sunshine Coast, ages 13 to 23. That is a priority now more than ever. We see it as a responsibility to listen to youth in our community and advocate for their needs. So to start things off, Jolanda is going to walk you through some of the points of access for youth to access our program.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So Youth Outreach supports youth from Langdale to Egmont between the ages of 13 to 23. Youth can call or text our youth outreach phone, and that number is widely spread throughout our community. Youth are also able to connect with the youth worker via social media. During the pandemic, our ability to host on-foot outreach as well as pop-ups and consistent presence in schools has been affected, although we have managed to maintain scheduled groups such as the Gender Diverse Network and Stop and Talk, which you'll hear more about in a few minutes, as well as some on-foot outreach and community referrals.
So Jolanda and I wanted to provide you with some statistics that are based on both on-foot street outreach, as well as structured and scheduled groups that we offered virtually and in schools. So street outreach is based on youth outreach workers being very present in the community. This means being at beaches, being where youth gather for parties, the mall, bus stops, skate parks, community centers. And this past year, youth have had to be very creative about the safe spaces that they have to gather. And it's meant that we need to be creative as well. But through street outreach, we were able to make connections with 256 times with youth in our community. 10% of these youth were preteens. 54%, the largest proportion, were between the ages of 13 and 15. 40% were those 16 to 19 years old, and 6% were 20 to 23 years old. So of these individuals that we were able to connect with, we found that 33% were vulnerable or underserved in terms of their safety. This could mean that they were at risk for sexual exploitation, unhealthy or abusive relationships, bullying, and especially during this time, isolation. 44% of those youth were underserved in terms of their mental health challenges and substance use, and 23% in terms of food and housing insecurity. One further statistic that we're really proud of this year is that we were able to co-facilitate 52 different groups for youth, both in schools and in our community. And through these groups, we had 414 attendances.
As we all navigate through this pandemic, I think it's important for us all to recognize the challenges and changes that we've all had to endure. But to be more specific, I'd like to mention a couple that Sunshine Coast youth have, how it's impacted the youth of the Sunshine Coast. So their ability to access resources has become more difficult with additional barriers. We've seen an increase in substance abuse, isolation, and mental health related concerns. Many spaces that were seen as safe spaces for youth in the community are no longer open at this time. And our on-foot youth outreach has also been affected, as I mentioned earlier. We've responded to this by upping our presence in social media in a big way. That's been a big focus this year. In addition to our social media, we have supported youth by dropping off essential items such as food and other essential items as needed on throughout the coast and throughout COVID. We've also offered in-person one-to-one meetings with youth as requested as necessary.
So in addition to this on-foot outreach, I just wanted to touch on some of the specifics in terms of the groups that we have offered and who they are designed to support. So the first group that I wanted to talk about is the Sunshine Coast Gender Diverse Network. This is a group that was previously hosted by Sunday in the Park with Pride, but has now been taken on by a member of the youth outreach team. His name is Shane Forster. So this group is designed to support young people who are trans, non-binary, genderqueer, gender fluid, or simply questioning their gender. The majority of folks in this group are age 15 to 25. They gather monthly for the purpose of building self-advocacy skills, building community, seeking emotional support, and learning about different resources and how they can access a referral. So this group has been really exciting and throughout the pandemic has been happening on Zoom, but we look forward to a time when it can be face-to-face. A second group that I wanted to mention is called Stop and Talk. This is a group that is designed to build trust with grade 7 students before they enter high school. So this program was offered, it started in the fall of 2019 and until March of 2020 was offered in person as a weekly drop-in group at Gibson's Elementary School and Kinnickinnick Elementary as well. From the beginning of the pandemic, Kinnickinnick asked that this group be offered on Zoom weekly, and it was actually extended through the summer months as well to really support those folks that were isolated from their usual community connections. The driving force of this group is that students were able to submit anonymous questions and have them answered either by a youth outreach worker, Frances Ardron, a mental health substance use counselor with DCH, or Janet Mulligan, who is an Indigenous wellness youth worker at the Seashell Nation. So just the impacts of these groups in schools and their regularity has really helped more youth to access on-foot outreach when they see us in the community.
Thank you. I'm just going to mention you have just under 3 minutes left.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prior to,
okay, sorry, we didn't get the first part of there. Your video, just maybe start that over. Thank you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
I was just going to say that another thing that we were doing prior to COVID and something that we're very much looking forward to continuing once it's safe to do so, we were hosting bi-weekly pop-up events for youth on the Sunshine Coast. The idea of these events were to provide a consent-based, in-person, fun, safe experience where youth were able to access youth workers, food, information, and resources. We would set up a fire pit and chairs in a well-lit tent in a high-traffic area, such as Sea Shelter Gibson's. Youth were invited to come and go as they please, or even just stop by and say hi and have access to resources such as warm clothing, condoms, and bus tickets. These exchanges were incredibly meaningful in establishing a positive connection with our youth outreach workers, and they provided a platform where youth were able to ask questions in a non-judgmental environment and be able to get some of those answers that they've been seeking. And while we were able to host these events, we were seeing a an increase in youth popping by every single time. So we're really, really looking forward to that becoming a thing again. And something else that has been, over the past year, we've worked incredibly hard to improve our presence on social media. We have an Instagram account that's shared responsibility between all of our youth workers. And then in addition to that Instagram account, we each have a Facebook account. We frequently post stories to our Instagram and wellness check-ins that allow us to gauge the wellness of folks who respond. And it also provides us an opportunity to reach out to those who might benefit from some one-on-one attention. We post polls that can be anonymously answered and share resources and do monthly giveaways. These posts and stories generate visibility online, which is a sure place to attract youth's attention. We receive direct messages from youth and often engage with them in whatever capacity that they might need at that moment. As mentioned, each youth outreach worker has their own Facebook account, and this kind of provides an opportunity for a youth and a specific youth outreach worker to connect on a more intimate basis, one-on-one, and able to allow that connection to grow and maintain in longevity. So meeting youth where they're at means meeting them on social media, and we feel that we have improved our social media this past year, and we've been able to reach youth that we might not have been able to reach in some of the traditional youth outreach routes, and we are very proud of that. On to you, Lisa.
Okay, so your time is pretty much up. So
are there any questions?
Bring it to a wrap. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Any questions by directors? Director Hills.
Thanks. My question is about transit and how the youth are using it. As most of your clients look like they don't have cars to drive around in. Most of them are under 16. So how is the transit service kind of changed how youth gather now? If you could say something about that. And there was the mention of the bus tickets also. I'm interested in how that works.
In terms of, sorry, maybe just to clarify, do you mean in terms of socializing? Like how has transit impacted where youth gather?
I think that would be a part, but I guess I'm trying to mine your experience of how youth have transitioned during this COVID and transit not necessarily being there in the same way, and how they gather. Yeah, just the past year. Yeah.
I have certainly seen how changes in transit have impacted how youth access work. Having convenient transit and late enough transit and early enough transit has, especially on weekends, has impacted some people being able to get to their job. I know that infrequency of transit is certainly a barrier for folks in Half Moon Bay as well. And we are constantly troubleshooting with Darcy Murray of Pender Harbour in terms of how to bring youth from Pender Harbour and Egmont and Madeira Park down to the lower coast. So it has created some isolation during this time, certainly.
Thank
Does that answer your question?
Looks like it. Yeah, he's good. Perfect. Director Beamish.
I just want to recognize and congratulate this program. You know, managing to keep going, pushing to find new ways to provide services to our vulnerable youth in the community during this extremely challenging time. I can just imagine the conversations you have in terms of trying to say, well, what can we do differently? How can we find this? How can we do this differently? Because it's really, really encouraging to see you doing this. And I just want to thank you for all the work you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing in Gibsons for the youth here and also for the entire Sunshine Coast. And keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Beamish.
Thank you. This was funded. So your ask this year, last year was 40,803. Your ask this year is 42,028. That's an increase of 1,225. Is that correct? Okay. And last year was funded by areas A, B, D, E, and F. So Tara, question for you. Do they need to indicate in this one how much they're each willing to contribute, or would this automatically be divided equally between them? Oh, and Tina's got her hand up. Go ahead, Tina.
Yes, youth outreach is typically funded from the rural area director because, of course, the member municipalities pay separately. So it is typically allocated 50% population and 50% assessment. And so whatever approval would be there, and if the apportionment would be the same, we would just calculate that in the background. So that would be the motion.
Thank you. Okay, who would like to make a recommendation? We're looking at A, B, D, E, or F. Director Hiltz.
Sure, I would like to make that recommendation as advised by the CFO. Yes, I'm not exactly sure what number, but the apportionment is as per the past.
So that would be that recommendation number 3, that the 2021 budget submission of $42,028 for Sunshine Coast Community Services Society Youth Outreach be approved and incorporated into the 2021 Round 2 budget, funded 50% assessed value and 50% population from functions A, B, D, E, and F. I'm looking to staff. Is that correct? Perfect. That's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you to Community Services.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so next up we have Sue Lamb and Wendy White. They're coordinators for the Half Moon Bay Chattahoochee Community School Society. And I believe this is with regards to restorative justice. Hello. So just to remind you, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. And who is going to lead off?
I'm going to start. Good morning,
Perfect.
everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for your time this morning. We really appreciate it and everything that you have done during this last year and such a challenging year. So really appreciate all of your hard work. So I'm going to talk about our Tween Night program. It has been a very well attended, safe place for our kids to be on Friday nights. We were running full speed ahead, but of course, in March of 2020, as of most things, we had to put a pause on our programming. I would like to say that in the face of COVID-19, our focus shifted and our attention focused on families and our communities, and particularly our vulnerable families and their needs. The beauty of community schools is that each school and area has its own specific coordinator. But as we face challenging times, we worked even more as a family of community schools. And I know my fellow coordinators are waiting in the wings, but I just wanted to say on behalf of all of us, we shared our resources, we supported each other, we learned together as a team, and it made us all stronger and allowed us to serve our specific communities even better. So with much time and consideration, as everything has taken these days, we are in the reconstruction phase of our Tween Night. I have kids asking me pretty much daily when we can resume again. So we are taking everything slow and methodical, which of course translates to time and resources, but I am super confident that with your help and allowing us to continue supporting we can continue to supporting our tweens. I'm excited to say that in the next few weeks, Tween Night will be going online with a paint night. Students will receive a box of supplies and food and snacks so that we can enjoy together online. This will fulfill our main goals of keeping them busy and safe while ensuring access to healthy and good food. We have a cooking night coming up next, so we'll learn from what we did on the paint night and go forward from there. And when things get safe, hopefully soon, we can start some in-person programming again, but that's looking far into the future. We are working hard to make sure we put to good use our funding and funding from you, and we are confident that all funds will be used carefully going forward. I would like to thank you again for all your continued support of this program. Our tweens, thank you for your support of this program. And we would like to ask for no change in our ask of $2,700 for our Half Moon Bay Tween Night program. Thank you so much for your consideration, and I will pass it over to Sue.
Great. Thank you, Wendy. Again, I want to say thank you so much, not just for how generous you are in funding community schools, but also in all you do just in general for community. It's been a hard year, and it's great to see you all. Great to see your faces. So my name is Sue Lamb. Over the past probably 15 or more years, I have overseen the restorative justice funding that you provide for Half Moon Bay Child Leach Community School Association. It's a $10,000 grant that supports restorative approaches in School District 46. Over the past 15 years, we've gone from restitution training to a lot of classroom circle training and moved on this past 5 years with a big focus on positive discipline, which is a parent training program, as well as a school staff training program. All of these programs focus on learning and relationship, on long-term results for students and children, reduced repeat offenses, long-term learning of life skills, sharing of perspectives, diversity, inclusion. And they're also very in alignment with Indigenous ways of learning and being. Circles especially move power from power over to power with, and resist the use of shame and blame when we're dealing with discipline in schools and with families. So as with everyone, when COVID hit, our plans had to shift. We'd been working pretty closely with Langdale Elementary to do school-wide training there. We began in January, and then when COVID hit, we had to regroup. Funds were spent to learn how to do positive discipline training on Zoom. We did a very successful parenting program, 7-week program through the early years program. And we shared funding in the mentoring that it took to provide those programs rather than in person online. They were very successful, and we were really happy with the money spent there. This year, starting in September, we continued our work with Langdale Elementary. We did staff training. Sarah Joseph has done work with parents. She worked with them through the spring and through the summer. And then we were very thrilled when Connect Elementary came on board, and there is school-wide training happening right now with Connect Elementary. This last week, we were thrilled to do a training with all elementary school principals and counselors. Schools teamed together and we did a Zoom training, 2 mornings, on circle process specifically, really focusing on where there's an incidence of harm, such as a school fight or conflict among students. So we're really excited about that. I would have to say over the last 15 years, this is kind of a dream come true for us. And I think it speaks to what COVID has brought to our community, where there is more stress. There is more conflict. Families and students are dealing with extra stressors. And we were really thrilled when principals and counselors looked to circle process and restorative justice to help them sort of deal with these in proactive ways and ways that do not include shame and blame. So as Wendy, I'm really grateful to my team. I work with the early learning team and with Sarah Joseph and the inclusion team with School District 46 and our community school coordinators. We've learned so much this year. We're really thrilled that the silver lining is that principals and counselors are really seeing value in restorative approaches. And we would like to say that we would remain with our ask of $10,000 for this coming year. Again, that would be split $5,100 to training, $4,600 to my time, which is a coordinator position, and then an administration fee of $300. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, any questions? Director Pratt.
Thank you, Chair Seegers. First off, I would just want to express my gratitude for all of the work that the Restorative Justice Program has done over a number of years. And it's really interesting to see how it has started to go out into the community a little bit more, because I know Chair Seegers, in your role of Mayor of Sechelt, you've used it in one of your communities. I've been part of a session as an elected as well, coincidentally in Roberts Creek with Modi. So it's really interesting to see that, because of course I know from my previous life as a school board trustee, I know all about, the programs and the good work that community schools do. So I'm more than happy to make the recommendations unless there's other questions from other directors.
Any other questions, directors? Director Ties, and then Director Lee.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we need to make two separate recommendations on this, or whether we, because there are two items here, and or whether we can just roll this into one.
I think Tara, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. There is, it could be one recommendation, but there's two different funding sources for this one to be considered. And one is the $2,700 for the Half Moon Bay Tween program was coming from Regional Recreation, which is all. And the other one was coming from, actually, both of them are all. The other one's coming from Community Schools, which is in 125. So yes, it can be made as one recommendation.
Right, but recognizing the two separate programs and the two separate amounts.
Right.
Correct. Thank you. Director Lee, and then we'll come back to Director Pratt for the recommendation.
Yes, I just have one question. I noticed that there was a remaining amount of $3,470 from 2020.
Yeah.
How is that going to be used?
Well, presently, we spent some of that money over the summer supporting parents, specifically in the Langdale community. Then we worked with Langdale staff in September. Some of that funding, $800, will go to supporting the work at Connecticut Elementary. A good portion will go, when you combine that remaining funds from last year, the $3,500 or $3,470, and the $5,000 that we presently are spending, a good portion of that will go to the training with the principals and counselors that we held 6 hours last week, and we have another session on February the 12th. And from that session, the principals have asked that their education assistants have some positive discipline training over spring break, which will cost about $1,500. And then there's just one pending question. We have been working with the Restorative Justice Program. They have asked us to provide parenting support for families when their child is involved in a restorative circle. So we haven't spent that yet, but we have $1,500 set aside for that. So that brings us almost to a total of spending what we did not spend last year and what we are spending in this year's budget, which will end June 30th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I'll go back to Director Pratt.
Okay, so I'm thinking it's recommendation number one with how Tara had suggested it earlier with the additions or being separated into the two.
Right,
blocks.
so 10,000 come from function 125.
Yes.
And 2,700 from function 670.
Yes.
And it be incorporated into 2021 round two budget?
Yes, please.
All right, is there a seconder? Seconded for that recommendation. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much for your support.
So next up is Roberts Creek Community School Society, Sheila Wilson, coordinator. This is Annex I, pages 66 through 71.
Hello.
Hello. So just a reminder, you have 10 minutes.
I will start my clock right now, not to
Perfect.
run over time. Start. Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, and
Good
thank
morning.
you everybody for taking the time to hear us out, and thank you for all of your amazing support for all of the programs. This is a tough year for everybody, and I don't envy some of the decisions that you've had to make. I'm hoping that the decision that you have to make today for us is pretty straightforward and easy and actually a gift to you. So Roberts Creek Community School Society has been in existence since 1996. Our mission is to create opportunities for community participation and to facilitate collaboration between school, community, local agencies, and business. The operations of our nonprofit society are overseen by a volunteer board and paid coordinator. And a paid coordinator is responsible for implementing the society's goals. Funding is secured through the leveraging of community, provincial, and federal funds. Our last AGM was held on June 10th, 2020. In and out of school programs are designed in consultation with principals, community, and school staff to address the nutritional, physical, and social emotional needs of our schools and communities. We directly support the needs of approximately 527 students for Cedar Grove and Roberts Creek elementary schools. And then there are a number of other initiatives where we're delivering programs for the remaining schools within our district. So these are called sort of site-specific and then regional programming. As well, we're dealing with just community initiatives as well. So as you probably know, we've got 5 community schools. Between all of us, each of the elementary schools and the high schools are covered with programming. Our operating budget's around $100,000 every year, and then we also administer and deliver another approximately $80,000 worth of programming for the larger regional programs funded by United Way and then some provincial funding. So the regional district supports a program called Nights Alive, as well as has been a major supporter of the Roberts Creek Legacy Garden. So I just want to acknowledge your support for that. And that program garden continues to grow, and we're grateful for all of the seed money that you provided and the continued support for that. Nights Alive is a drop-in program, a weekly program for kids 11 to 14 years old. It provides a safe and very well supervised space for kids to safely socialize and recreate. We have had the gift of having some very, very capable and great role models that have been leading our program. And it typically is located at the Roberts Creek Elementary School gym, with outings going to the beach and other sort of local locations. So the 2019 to 2020 year got off with a really great start. We had great attendance. We were reaching those vulnerable kids. They were looking forward to programming. They were asking their teachers about programming, coming in and checking with us to just, really enthusiastic response to it. And when March hit, we did pivot and we delivered some online programming. So our our budget doesn't coincide with the regional district's budget exactly. We run with the school year. Our fiscal year runs with the school year. So our 2019 to 2020 year was a very successful year, and we did expend all of our regional district funding. So for the 2020-2021 year, we initially had hoped we'd be able to run full programming. But as time wore on, the principal at Roberts Creek Elementary School made a site decision not to really limit access to user groups. It's kind of site specific within the school district. They've really cut down on who's allowed access to the school. And Nights Alive programming was something that Krista Ribb just didn't want to take the extra risk on. So we respect her decision. She's got some hard decisions like everybody, so we fully support that. As a result, we haven't had program up and running this year. We're hoping we'll get something running in the spring. So what we have also had, I'll just a note, is that the school district has permitted some programming to run, and in particular, those programs that are run in close partnership with them. So we have had a number of successful programs up and running with very safe COVID protocols in place. So we know how to do that. It's just a matter of when the school gives us the nod to say it's okay to go ahead and do so. So we're optimistic that in the spring we will run just a truncated, scaled down version. And so what we would like to see happen is to just the funding that we received from you for 2020 is still essentially sitting there as a chunk in the bank. So what I would like to do is set $3,000 of that aside and assume that we're going to use that for the spring programming. That's going to leave a surplus of $7,000. And I think if we get reduced for this year only, and I'll repeat that, for this year only, our ask of the regional district to just $3,000, that coupled with our surplus of $7,000 should leave us $10,000 from the regional district, as well as the in-kind amount of money that we spend on the program for next year. And we'll be able to go with full programming starting in September. So just to recap, that would provide us with spring programming and a full year of programming for the next year. And it would just be an ask of $3,000 for this year only from the regional district. Another note is that almost all of the money that we receive from the regional district for this particular program is spent on wages. We pay our staff fairly well, considering the pay scale for people doing this kind of work. And so we're able to really get some capable people running the programs, and it makes a big difference. And then we dedicate a small amount of the funding from the regional district towards food. The kids get healthy snacks or meals when they're there, and supplies. And then we keep a pretty trim budget beyond that. So we're optimistic that we can do this. It's just a matter of when it's safe to do so. There, I'm within 10 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you. Any directors, any questions? Director Ties.
Yeah, I'd like to just say thank you for all you do. And I think this is certainly an easy one to put a recommendation forward for this year. And so, yeah, I'd be happy to move the recommendations unless some other directors have some issues or concerns.
And just a clarification, that's for the $3,000 that's been asked for this year?
Yes, for the $3,000, but okay, I've already got a seconder, so okay, I'll make the official recommendation then. That the 2021 budget submission of $3,000 from the Roberts Creek Community
School Society
Youth Center.
Nights Alive.
No, the youth programs. Sorry. Be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
All right, and yes.
Sorry, can I just interject? Is there something that we need to feed into that to just say that we were hoping to have the budget resumed for the next year, or should we just?
That'll come forward next year.
That's what I thought. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Andres.
Thank you. Any other questions by directors? All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have Ted Chisholm, Coordinator, Seashell Community School Society. This is Annex, our number 11, Annex J, pages 72 through 78. Welcome, Ted.
Right, there we are. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect.
And just a reminder that you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
And I will also start my timer now. Okay. So thank you for taking the time and for the continuing support of the Seashell Youth Center and for our consideration for this year. For those of you who aren't familiar with the program, the Seashell Youth Center runs through the school year with 2 weeks on either side of July and August, so that kids can transition out of school and then transition back into school. We run 2 programs. One is a tweens-based program for kids 10 to 13, so kids in grades 5 to grade 8, because typically they have aged out of after-school care. Parents don't want to put them in with young kids anymore. They're rebelling and pushing against sort of the oversight that happens for those younger kids programs, but they're not really old enough or responsible enough to be at home alone. And so we provide that safe, supervised space that is developmentally appropriate for them, in that it gives them some autonomy, it gives them some decision making, but also provides them with supervision to make sure that good choices are made, and that their social emotional development and how they work with others and how they make agreements about how to be together and work together are followed. Then we have our youth program, which runs from grades 8 up to grade 12. Generally, we have kids until grade 10, and then they get really busy with studies and work. The students or the youth and tweens who generally participate in our programs are those kids who aren't involved in dance, aren't involved in soccer or other sports. So they're often kids who don't necessarily find their group at their school, which can be a very sort of small cohort. So we provide that safe space. Kids choose to be there. They arrive after school. They get to meet like-minded individuals from other schools. So it allows them to break out of that sort of social box that they might be in at their school. And then it allows them to make choices about how they want to spend their time. They have access to art. They have access to games, pool tables. They do have access to computers, but we have very clear supervision and restrictions about, what they can listen to or watch. And we allow them to participate in how those rules and decisions are made. Within that as well, they can sign themselves out for short periods of time, so they can go to the mall or to the library, or they can go out and throw a frisbee on the soccer field and then come back in. But we do have staff to work with them to make sure that we organize cooperative games. We go to the gym. We help them organize and make rules and follow those rules when they're playing. With COVID-19, we did shut down in March, and as with the other community schools, we've been really focused and prioritizing, after school childcare, and then our nutrition programs in and around schools and outside of schools to support vulnerable families. And we're now able to really put some attention to the youth center programming again. We do have a number of school counselors that I work with have identified kids that really are missing having a place to be after school. And based on our operation in licensed after school care and the fact that we are doing some registration for after school sports and arts initiative programs that we've been able to support Roberts Creek Community School with, we know that we can provide programming to schools so that kids can stay in their cohorts and come to the youth center. So we're going to change our focus. Kids will have to register, but again, thanks to the SCRD, it is a free program, so that we can limit the number of kids, and the kids who are coming know, and parents will know that their kids are at the youth center for those days. We will have specific days for specific schools and then adapt those. So if we have a school with a large wait list and some schools that aren't using their program day, we can look at expanding that to meet the needs of the kids. We're going to change the focus slightly. So rather than just a drop-in where kids can do whatever they like, even though they are in the same cohort, and research does show that transmission through sharing stuff isn't as big an issue. We're going to have some specialists, whether it's a cooking person or an art person with a specific interest, coming in to work with kids so that they can actually develop some skills or follow a passion and learn. But it'll give them a sort of a targeted focus so that we can also limit how much stuff gets shared or how much we have to clean and sanitize in the space. We're confident that we will be able to start up later this month. We're going to start a pilot with one school just to make sure that our protocols are in place. And with this, our estimated surplus will be $22,600. So we're only asking for $12,400 for next year. This will 12,600 for next year, which will allow us to operate at our regular levels. So we've taken into account the surplus that we've generated from last year and this year. And again, we are grateful for your support and hope that you will continue to do so this year. Any questions?
Directors, any questions? I don't see, the Director Beamish.
I just want to thank Ted and group for taking into consideration the surplus from last year. I think that it's important that that be recognized, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, and any suggestion for a recommendation? We have two separate programs. We have the youth program and we have the youth center. Both are funded from Function 670 and funded by regional except F Islands, whatever you want to put that. Director Lee.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we, the 2021 budget submission of 22,400 from the Seashell Youth Center be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
Is there a seconder for that recommendation?
Is that the number?
Sorry, you said the it's 12,600 is what we're looking for the youth center.
Oh, I was going to.
And 10,000 for youth programs.
Yes, that's correct. 12,600 and 10,000.
Yes.
Total.
Ted, you had your hand up?
Yes, I was just going to make sure that you understood that was, yeah, you said it. You got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And it's 22,600. I had the wrong figure initially.
No, it's 12,600 that they're looking at. 22,400 is the reduction. That's because of carry forward funding.
Okay.
So we're looking at 12,600 for the youth center and 10,000 for youth programs.
Seconded.
And that's seconded. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you so much.
All right. So we're coming close to 12. We had talked about breaking at 12:15. So what I'd like to propose is that we have Pender Harbor Community School Society do their presentation, and then we take a 45-minute lunch break and come back for the rest. Right. So let's move forward with who we got here. Francine. So Pender Harbor Community Schools. This is item number 12, Annex K, pages 79, through 87.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
But you can't see me and I can't seem to control that, so if you want to see my face, you're welcome to.
Okay.
Though Director Lee might have had enough of me by now. We've seen each other a few times this week.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to give you 10 minutes.
Okay, great.
You can start whenever you like.
Okay, great, thanks. And thanks for sneaking me in before your lunch break too. I really appreciate that. So I'll try to speak quickly. And basically we have the two programs, the community recreation program and our youth program that we're bringing to you again this year. Thanks for this chance again and your continued support. I think I'll just sort of pop right to what we did with COVID when COVID hit in March. Because we were moving along quite well and developing lots of fun programs and interesting programs for our community and our youth. And then, of course, COVID hit. And we actually dug right in when that happened. We took a little bit of time to get oriented ourselves, but then we really started to dig into what was needed. One of the biggest aspects of community schools is our ability to be responsive to community need. And I felt were tested in this last year. All of us were tested in this last year. So COVID was our challenge, and I believe we stood up to it. What we did is we had to shift everything, but the first thing we did was to increase our support and our focus to youth and families in need during this time. A lot of them, especially our youth, were facing challenges, as we all were, around social isolation, especially. During the summer, they lost their employment, as did our families as well. The issue of transportation down coast is one issue, but in Pender Harbor, of course, is another. And that put a huge strain on our youth, where no hitchhiking was allowed anymore, or free rides or ride services with other people. So that became a great barrier for social needs of our young people. We saw an increase in housing needs as well, as kids were moving around and families were losing housing situations. And of course, the need for food and essential supplies increased across the coast. We all know about that. We saw a significant increase and severity of needs around mental health as well, at the same time as we were seeing reduced services happening. So it was a mess and very difficult time for most of us. But what we did is we got organized. We were communicating with our fellow community schools, other partners, and service agencies as much as possible. We coordinated and expanded our food programs. The Harvard Learning Center, our beloved Harvard Learning Center, became a bit of a distribution center. It turns out we entered into the food delivery service. We did whatever we could to support our vulnerable families. We were also sat on the Pender Harbor Task Force during that time too, to remain connected to the other activities going on in Pender Harbor specifically. And also we were able to go after grants. And I think that was really helpful, that we could focus some of our time to seriously go after grants from the community school and working in partnership with the high school and the elementary school. And we brought in about $35,000 that we have rolled back into community, mostly around food support and clothing and a few other things. So we feel like our resilience was tested there. And through that time, one of the things that was really important was staying connected. And we did that in a whole variety of ways. Especially with our youth, we had to convert from one-on-one connections to Zoom and FaceTime and those sorts of things. So we ran lots of virtual sessions, stayed connected that way as much as possible, individually and with groups as much as we could. During those times when we had our big celebrations that we would normally have been able to get together, like May Day and Egmont Days, we collaborated, we collected a collage of digital photographs and made those available through our Facebook and other places. And just using, again, our Facebook page to promote healthy resources and available, and just send positive messages and resources to folks. We also worked at connecting people to the resources. So, for example, we right away we said, okay, lots of people have lots of time on their hands. What can we do to help them spend that wisely? So, skills development in terms of certification courses, we pulled together a great resource for that for them. We also interviewed our local employers and said, what do you need in terms of student employment over the summertime? And we put a resource together and got that to students as well. We connected with our food banks, provided connections to financial services like CERB that students were applying for. They didn't know how to do that. Things like that, and a variety of referrals to other agencies. So we got through it, and we're refiguring out how to do things and be as creative as we can. We've reopened the Harbor Learning Center in September on a temporary kind of as the needs change basis, but we have been able to stay open 3 days a week and require you to call ahead to come and have safety protocols in place, of course. And we have been able to offer some in-person programs, again, fluctuating with the restrictions that we abide by, but especially certification courses. We had people that need to get food safe so that they could provide additional food services in the community. So we made sure that happened, those sorts of things. And with our community recreation too, we moved outdoors. So hopefully you noticed our our Pender Harbor Literacy Crawl that just wrapped up last Friday, where we had people all around the community. We had about 50 entries for our draw for that event, and that probably represents about 3 to 5 people each, because they were doing them in groups. But we had great response from that. Unlike some of the other community schools too, we have been able to work inside the schools. Because of a variety of reasons. The principals have been comfortable with Darcy having access to the high school, and our nutrition person has access to the high school as well. And Patty, who runs most of our kids programs for the elementary school students, we were able to use their facility more and bring her in there because of the importance of those social programs that our kids needed during this time. So we've actually increased our activities in the schools in that regard, both with the youth program and with the recreation programs. So moving forward, again, we significantly increased our nutrition support, both for our students and our youth, but also in the greater community as well. We continue to provide additional supports to particularly vulnerable people and with essential supplies, that sort of thing. And we also maintain close connections with people as we continue to move through this. We continue to be strong advocates for Pender Harbor, as you know, and advocate for resources and increased agency support. And we'll be making much greater connections with our local resources, especially with Suzanne Richter at the Health Center as they work on developing their services as well. So, and we're looking forward to the prospects ahead. We actually see ourselves as growing at this point because we have identified a significant increase in need that we wish to move to respond to. But as you, I believe, also know, we've been working with our local Rotary to look at different options for our building, and that could be just some very interesting programming that could result from that. So we're very hopeful there. So that's about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So what I see on here, before I go to directors for questions, I have a $15,000 ask from Function 670 for youth programs, $32,880 for recreation programs, again from 670, and then $8,220 from Function 121 Area A Grant and Aid. Is that correct? Is that what your asks are this year? Tara's nodding yes. Okay. So directors, any questions? Comments? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I was just going to anticipate Director Beamish and ask about the 2.75%, what it's based on.
Thank you.
So you're talking about the increase to recreation programs from both 670 and 121, correct? So that's basically $1,000 total.
I think it comes back to the assumed cost of living increase. Again, it's trying to fix that figure. What is cost of living increase? And different organizations are interpreting it different. And I agree, directors, it's a small amount. But it'd be nice if there was, and I did bring this up in November, it'd be nice if there was a cost of living increase that was recognized by the regional district that we all had to follow. Like we do as municipalities. Our cost of living increase this year is actually 1%. I think it's actually more like 0.8%. But that's just looking at that, so that all organizations are. Somebody might say, "Well, why didn't we ask for that?" That's all. Just a point.
Thank you, Director McMahon. Did you have something further?
Yeah, having said that, I noticed the statement on page 81 that funding levels have remained at the same since 2006, which is, a long time. That's a pretty small cumulative cost of living increase.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Sorry, I just have to click the mute button a couple times sometimes here. It's a little slow. Yes, Director McMahon just got my observation. So I'll wait to see if there's any more questions.
All right, any other questions? Director McMahon, you still have your hand up. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, just on the, this is the Pender Harbor Youth, they're going from the 10,000 to the 15,000. And that number of 10,000, is that, do we know if that is, all the other community schools have been under the same condition of not having any increase since 2008 as well, or is this a unique situation to Pender Harbor?
Tina?
Yes, that is correct. I think since the time I've been here, it's been about $10,000 since that time. I think that the types of services that they've delivered and how those have been shared with the school districts have evolved through the years.
Thank you. Director Hiltz, any follow-up on that?
Sure, a little bit. It's just a little bit what Director Beamish is talking about. This is community schools, and it's kind of this poll, and we got these 10,000 pots coming in, and they're not going up. And then in Pender Harbor is, you know, it feels like a service level increase here. Yeah, I'm just looking for context. So, do the community schools coordinate? I guess there was some coordination. So I'm not sure if there is any, if the community schools can mention the coordination behind their asks.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So 2 points, and hopefully I can remember the second one once I get there. But the first one is I think the situation in Pender Harbor is different than the other schools in the community schools in regards to they currently operate predominantly a particular activity from a particular facility. Whereas we have a much larger geographical region, a much more challenging geographical region with barriers that, including transportation and other things, that are less so in the lower coast. And the programs that we provide aren't all out of one facility or an activity, just a singular activity. It's a much more complex service that we provide, program that we provide. So if that's helpful, it's different. That's why Knights Alive doesn't need more right now, because they're one thing in one location, et cetera. And as far as coordination goes, we are incredibly well connected to each other. And that's really been increasing as well over the last couple of years. But we are definitely, I think it was Wendy that said earlier, consider ourselves a family of community schools. And it's through that partnership and those relationships that we've really been able to coordinate at a greater level, especially in terms of COVID, in terms of bringing resources into the community. I just gave you the number for Pender Harbor specifically that got earmarked, that got targeted specifically for Pender Harbor, but it's probably 4 times that amount for the Sunshine Coast that we brought to all of our individual community schools. So yes, we are working really closely together and very collaboratively, and I would believe that I would have full support from my colleagues for this increase for this particular program.
Thank you. Any further questions? And so Director Lee.
Yes, I'd like to move that the 2021 budget submissions of 15,000 from function 67 for a youth program, $32,880 from a recreational program, function 670, and $8,220 for a recreation program from function 121 from Pender Harbor Community School Society be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
Thank you. Or is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Any further comments or questions? And this is voting all. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you for what you do.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you. All right, directors, it is 12:16. We'd like to break for lunch. Is 1 o'clock work? Back at 1 o'clock start? Perfect. Thank you very much. See you then. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting of February 1st. And this is round 1 budget. And we are up to item number 13. This is with, and he's back. Paul Kamen, Executive Director, Sunshine Coast Tourism. So he's joining us. This is item number 13, Annex L, pages 88 through 117. Hello, Paul, and just a reminder that you have 10 minutes.
Hi there.
Hello.
I didn't really have a big presentation plan, but I did provide you all with our strategic planning document, which is part of our renewal application for the MRDT, which has all the detail of how we're forecasting tourism over the next 5 years. So I thought I'd answer any questions you may have and provide you with a quick update on the MRDT process.
Perfect. Directors, any questions? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I actually had sort of 2 related questions. One is, how do you think things are going to roll out in 2021 with COVID? The other was that in the chairs and mayors call that we listened in on last week, the Sea to Sky mayors were pretty concerned about local tourism. Last spring was a bit of a gong show, and last summer with park closures and confusion and people wanting a staycation. And did that have a lot of impact on the Sunshine Coast, and what do you see coming at us?
Well, that's a great question. We had like a lot of rural communities, we saw a bit of a surge last summer with COVID, with the pent up travel demand. And some operators, I'll say, had the best season they've ever had. But having said that, it wasn't uniform. There were a number of properties that were struggling and weren't able to pivot quick enough or fast enough to be ready. It also depending on what type of product you had. If you had, obviously the market had shifted due to COVID. So if you had a standalone unit on the waterfront, you were booked solid. That's what people were looking for. Having said that, we do have a lot of that product. So I'm anticipating another busy summer with BC's captive audience. That's primarily our target group anyways. Metro Vancouver accounts for close to 90% of our tourism visits. International travel obviously is part of our sector, but it is somewhat limited to a number of specialized businesses that promote to international travel. And they're going to have to, obviously are having to pivot to find their local market. BC Ferries is a big concern, has been for the last year. We made formal comment. I participated I'm on both ferry advisory committees, but also participated in the Moving Forward Together project, of which tourism wrote a formal letter through our Destination Development Committee for Sustainable Tourism, so that they were fully aware of tourism's position, heading into 2021. So yeah, we're anticipating a busy summer, and hopefully ferries and the Route 3 schedule will be able to keep up with the demand.
Thank you. Director Hills.
Yeah, I'm going to ask your experience, your expertise. Does things like the mill closure and that big influx of people touch tourism at all? Is there any connection between that? Between the mill closure or the mill shutdown, having a bunch of contractors coming in, and tourism? Do those pieces touch at all?
Right. Well, it certainly affects our capacity whenever we do have mill closures from time to time here in Powell River as well. And we get an influx of temporary workers that come in that fill up the hotels, in particular the hotels. So yeah, that certainly will have an effect. We have limited capacity, and that's what you're seeing why there's such a proliferation of short-term rentals, because there hasn't been a new hotel to increase our capacity. So we're going to be ebbing and flowing between that reality, and we'll continue to do so until we increase our capacity. And just as a side note, that's also part of the issue that we're, concerned about with the short-term rental regulations, in that if there's a limit on the number of days you can rent out your unit, that would push short-term rentals to rent their unit during the peak season, which would reduce our capacity where, again, we would need it, which is in the shoulder and winter seasons. So that's another concern that I'm not sure everyone's fully aware of, but that will have an effect as well.
All right. Any other questions? Director Beamish.
Paul, are you familiar with the situation with campgrounds, and when's the last time we had an increase in the number of camping sites? More of a that were not remote up in the mountains, but just camping sites that people could use, because they seem to be a fairly COVID-friendly response.
Wholeheartedly agree. There has been some increase there obviously is an increase in demand. Also, our camping aligns with DBC's or Destination BC's overall strategy of getting out into the supernatural British Columbia. So they've been getting that feedback as well. It's like, you need to properly fund BC parks. You have to invest in these things. You can't just invite people over and then not have the infrastructure to support them. So that feedback is going into government, but in regards to private campsites, there's a number of private operators that are opening up campsites, and varying degrees of business savvy. So I know there's a few new operations that are potentially coming online soon. So if the demand continues to be there, I think those operations will have a good chance of success, because we're always looking for it. We're always looking for new campsites to send people to. So.
I think, if I'm the chair, I think that campsites combined with e-bikes and bicycle travel, I mean, it really is the environmentally responsible thing to do these days, or get off the ferry and walk to a campsite. But apart from that, an e-bike into a community and have access to camping on COVID, to me, seems to be the smart thing to do.
Well, I'm really happy to hear that, because one of the grant funds, the Community Adaptation Fund, known as CAF, which was created for destination marketing DMOs like ours, we were successful in our application. So we're receiving $16,500 to develop an e-bike rental strategy for the VIX. So if you guys keep investing in bike trails and active transportation and connecting everything, I will help you all the way with e-bikes, because I love them. I think they're fantastic, especially with all the hills in our area. It just illuminates that issue and provides a healthy transportation option. So if you keep investing in bike trails and connections, I'll be right behind you with the bikes.
Thanks, Paul.
Perfect. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you'd thought of advocating with the province to reopen Mount Richardson. That's a very nice campground up there, and it's not getting used.
I wasn't aware of that. That's an interesting idea. So if you want to send me any information, Donna, on that, I can certainly inquire about it.
Thank you. Director Tice.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how the industry is, whether you've talked to the industry, especially the hotel industry, to see if there's any interest at all at creating more venues here on the coast. I think we're really underserviced in the 3 to 4 star range, and I think that especially a small conference facility or something like that should be something on the radar in the Sechelt area or somewhere around there. And so yeah, I'm just wondering if you've had any conversation with the industry.
Great question. Again, as the sort of the environment or the business environment has improved in the last 5 years. So, everyone's been asking me this hotel question since I started 10 years ago. In the last 5, it's gotten a lot better. So now I have been talking with various hotel consultants who have been reaching out to Sunshine Coast Tourism for information. I know for a fact there's a number of hotel developments, particularly the Sechelt Nation, that's looking at potential hotel developments, because I have been, they have inquired. There's other ones on the golf course. I believe one of the golf courses is also being looked at. Powell River, similar story. So the environment is definitely there for new hotel builds. There is expansion going on in a number of different places, Egmont included, with Paul Hansen's new development, which is getting closer. So again, the environment for hotels has gotten a lot more enticing. So if we keep investing in our communities the way we are and seeing more and more demand for accommodation, it will come.
Okay, we're going to go to Director Lee's question, and then we're actually going to come to the money piece, which is what we're here for today.
Yeah.
Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question, Paul. I was kind of quiet when I was listening about the short-term rentals, but as long as you have my thoughts on this matter of short-term rentals, as long as you allow short-term rentals in residential areas, you're giving an unfair advantage to them as compared to motels and hotels. And in fact, they're the very same accommodation. So if I was a resort owner of motels or hotels or whatever you want to call that, I don't think I'd be expanding as long as the short-term rentals had an unfair advantage. So what does your membership say about this? Are they just divided or what?
It is a complicated issue. And I appreciate what you're saying, because not everyone is in agreement on this. And that's why it has taken us a fair amount of time. We actually have a subcommittee on short-term rentals that is producing a report, which is in its final draft, which we will be circulating to local government to give a bit of a deeper understanding of what our position is, because it is complex. But I will say, I would like to understand better what you're saying in regards to unfair advantage. We did advocate for the removal of the tax exemption for short-term rentals of 3 rooms or less. So in October 2018, that tax exemption was removed on the urging of all the tourism sector to level the playing field. So all short-term rentals have to collect PST and MRDT where it's been legislated, in an effort to level the playing field. If you want to go a little further on that issue, yes, they pay residential taxes, not commercial taxes. That is another issue that has been raised by hoteliers if you want to completely level the playing field. But we are a small destination, and we have small independent hotels, and we have a lot of small independent operators who are running short-term rentals. And a lot of them are pretty amazing, and they do a great job. There are some bad apples that we would like to see addressed, but that comes to enforcement. And those are the issues that have been brought to us, particularly from both sectors. Enforcement is a critical piece of all of this. Because without, rules are rules, but if there's people who are willing to break the rules and there's no repercussions, then they'll just continue breaking the rules. So like I said, there is a formal letter coming from our organization, which is in its final draft, which will, provide more information on our position and ultimately an offer to help with information, as we do have air DNA information, which gives us a very, very accurate snapshot of what's going on here with short-term rentals on the coast. There's over 1,200 listings. We're 3rd behind Vancouver and Whistler. So, and the majority of them are in your area. So I get it. And there's lots to talk about, but there's pros and cons to this. They are they are capturing the visitor. They're not going anywhere. Short-term rentals are here to stay, unless you legislate them out, but then you might have them all going underground again. So.
Well, I don't think that our current bylaw that we made actually legislated them out. I think it just legitimizes them and tells you how you have to operate them, which I think it should do it. But anyways, I was interested in your point of view. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll watch for that letter and documentation to come forward. I'm going to go to Tina or Tara. So Sunshine Coast Tourism has requested $20,000 again this year, and that's been consistent for the last number of years. And it says rural area economic development. So is that identified in that, how it's split out, or is it up to the directors to determine that? Tina?
Yeah, I believe it's apportioned equally to each of the areas.
Okay. All right, directors, what would you like to do? Director Lee.
That the 2021 budget submission of $20,000 from functions 531 to 535 be approved and incorporated from Sunshine Coast Tourism, be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
Thank you, and that's been seconded. So this will be rural areas voting only. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
I just want to add one more thing just to give you guys a heads up. The online accommodation platform funds, which are remitted separately from the traditional MRDT funds. If you remember, we did write a funding guidelines for you guys to approve, which you did. The CAFET district also approved it. It did go into Destination BC and the Ministry of Finance for final approval, and I have received word that they're all good with it. So I will be sending an email letter out very shortly for next steps on how to release the funds, both for 2019 and 2020, which would be close to $40,000 per year for your designated workforce housing association or authority.
Awesome.
All right, so just keep your heads up for that one, and we'll get this rolling.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you all.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And Tina, yep.
I just made a boo-boo on the funding allocation. Is actually typically allocated per assessed values per the rural areas. So just need to modify that.
So do we need to modify our recommendation?
Well, I mean, that's up to the directors. It's typically historically been allocated per assessed values. So if they would like to keep with that allocation, then we would just have to amend the motion, and or if you'd like to change it, then we can address it that way.
I'm not sure sorry, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think in the motion we actually talked about the allocation of funding.
No.
And I think it's historically been that way. So that's the way I assumed we just do historical. But if we do further motion, I guess we can go with what Tina just said.
Tina, Tara?
Yeah, I think for clarity, it might be a good idea just to be clear on the apportionment. I think that's typically what we've done in the past as well.
Okay. Tara, do you want to maybe give us a suggestion?
You actually did say divided equally, so this would change your recommendation. The 2021 budget submission of $20,000 for Sunshine Coast Tourism be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget by assessed value for each of the electoral areas' economic development functions A, B, D, E, and F.
All right. Would someone like to make that amendment to the recommendation? Moved and seconded. Okay, Director Ties.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why we are using a variety of different apportionment methods, why we can't figure out one that works for everything. Like earlier today, we voted on one with 50% assessed value and 50% per capita. And now we're doing assessed value only. And I don't know if there's any more that are with an even different layout. So, I mean, I'm very grateful for Tina's amazing knowledge of how everything is traditionally done, but why don't we use one system across the board?
I would say historically, over time, there's been some negotiation happening between directors when it comes to funding different functions. And in order to have everybody contribute, in some cases, it was requested that there's been a change to how the funding has been done. Is that something we could look at going forward? Probably for next year. I'd say that might be something you could look at. Okay. Good. It's good that you noticed, though. All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor that $20,000 be funded for Sunshine Coast tourism from rural economic development based on assessment. And this will be rural areas only voting. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, Director Ties. And did you want that recorded?
No, I just have the highest assessed value.
Oh, okay. All right, sounds good. Based on assessed value. Okay, so we're moving on to item 14. This is
Chair?
sorry, yes? Director
Thanks. Just a clarification that assessment is land and improvements. So if you say assessment, it includes land and improvements. Otherwise, you have to assess land only or improvement. Is that kind of the language?
Yeah.
It does include land and improvements. It would be the total assessed values of the area.
Thank you. So again, we're going to item 14, Coast Cultural Alliance, Linda Williams, Director, pages 118 through 125. And I don't see Linda Williams in the gallery. So we have this one presented in front of us, Coast Cultural Alliance. They are looking for a $300 increase from $7,200 to $7,500. And again, rural area economic development. And how was the apportionment on this one prior? Tara?
Thank you, Chair. This one was split for there's the arts crawl and also the calendar, which now they put it together into one, which is $7,500, and it was apportioned equally between the electoral areas previously.
All right, directors, what would you like to do? Director Hiltz.
So it's essentially the 7,500 divided by 5. That's
yes.
Seems like a nice, simple way to do it.
And you'd like to make that recommendation?
Sure.
Okay, and incorporate it into the 2021 budget?
Yeah, just that it's, yeah, yes.
All
I was
right,
getting
and
distracted.
Yeah, perfect. And it's been seconded. So Director McMahon and then Director Lee.
I'm okay with this, but I am starting to agree with Director Ties that next year we should take a look at this because it really is kind of a dog's breakfast. And, figure out what seems to be the fairest. I actually think a mixture of per capita and assessed value makes a lot of sense. But thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I was busy typing instead of listening.
Okay.
Is the apportionment on this portion of economic development actually split equally between the areas? Is that
yes.
what I?
Yes.
That's kind of different.
Yes. To Director Ties' comment before.
Because typically these are traditional services, and our traditional services are divided up by assessment. It's not, we're not talking grant and aid here. We're talking a typical service. So I'm surprised. I don't quite understand how we got there, but I just wanted to make that comment. By the way, Area A has always been interested in going by population.
All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor that Coast Cultural Alliance be funded $7,500 through rural area economic development functions 531 through 535, equally divided between the areas. And it's been moved and seconded. So electoral areas only, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, Executive Director Chris Nichols, and President Deb Mowbray from Gibsons and District Chamber of Commerce. Item number 15, Annex N, pages 126 through 129. All right, and Chris and Deb, welcome.
Been watching everybody, and thank you for having me. Maybe cut right to it. I liked Director Lee's suggestion before was this: take our request, divide it equally, and we can go forward. Okay, but I want to thank you, and you were talking about what's been happened historically, and we are just continuing on. But I guess the one question that always comes up when we talk about our support of our tourism, our visitor initiatives, why isn't Sunshine Coast Tourism involved in this? I guess two ways to look at it. They include what we do from the Visitor Information Park and the Travel Ambassador Program. They include us in their strategies as a, an element of their strategies. And it comes down to their efforts, what I call on the ground efforts. When a visitor or somebody as a tourist visit us, how are they supported, and what is there to help them along? Of course, there's the visitor service centers in Sechelt and Gibsons and in Pender Harbor, but there seems to be a gap there of, when people get here, how do they find the service centers, and how do they get help, where a lot of their focus is on booking accommodation and of course informing them. Two things about going into this year. We won't go back about last year, which we know just the bottom fell out. And I heard comments earlier about once we got into the summer, that influx of people who were going stir crazy, being quarantined, they were coming to the Sunshine Coast because we're the jumping off point. We're the closest, that people can go and come to. And just in that short period of time, and if I recall right, July, first part of July really wasn't the best of weather for what you would consider summertime, but we still engaged with, at our visitor park at the top of the bypass, with well over 1,000 people who stopped, asked, where can they go, what can they do, how do they get there? And last year, a lot of our efforts were on who's open, how are they operating, how are they doing business. So as I alluded to in my report, a lot of our funds were, while it was supporting the tourism and our admin or being staffing of the visitor park, it was much in support of the businesses and creating our directory of who's open, how are they operating, and supporting them from that in that regard. Going forward this year, and Paul Kamen made comments about working with BC Ferries. I just had confirmation that BC Ferries will, on Route 3, because we're the only one in the fleet, that they will let us operate the Travel Ambassador Program for this coming summer. Of course, with all the protocols in place, and whatever protocols will be in place as we go down the road a couple of months. So we're taking our initial steps of reaching out to our Travel Ambassador volunteers. It still has to reside with them in terms of their confidence in participating in this under the protocols. So we're examining that at this point. The other, I guess, large part of the equation since my overview in October was the Visitor Information Park itself at the top of the bypass that we know is the Sunshine Coast Initiative. It's 10 years old this year coming up. It's in need of repair. The wonderful structures put in place, it needs stripping and staining, and because it is the first point of contact and impression for the Sunshine Coast. So our costs, we're looking for how do we apply our costs going forward this year. And the other key, the other thing that happened in terms of repair, some of the structures up there, the signage that was up there, it either got blown down or else it got knocked down. And one of the primary reasons was, and I'll throw in an aside, and people, I know Darnelda was around then. I was here when we were initiated that project and the signage got built. I wasn't here, I guess, overseeing the construction. They sank the poles into the ground and anchored them below ground level. So they've been sitting in pools of water for over 10 years. and they just rotted away and gave way. So again, if many of you have been by there and you see here's one of our businesses who promote there, it's leaning up against a tree until we can get to the point where we can, reconfigure it and again, present a better image of the Sunshine Coast in terms of a greeting. So very quickly, that's the direction we're heading in and supporting that. And I've already made the application for Canada Summer Jobs. The budget overview you look at, it identified for two students, based on their criteria, we had to dial back and focus on just one, which, we gain that support, and that provides enough staffing for us to support the traffic that stops there. And we anticipate this year, thinking that we're getting closer to normal, we will still engage with, as we have in the past, well up to almost 5,000 people who will stop there. It's the doggy stop, it's let the traffic go through, it's the porta potties for the kids that didn't go on the ferry because they're running around, and it's just people getting oriented to the Sunshine Coast. And that's what we do is, we support the whole Sunshine Coast and let people know where the visitor centers are and what's going on and markets, what's happening. And again, it's just how are we operating? So that's our continued direction. And I know most of you in the last couple of years, we really haven't changed a lot of that direction because at this point, that wouldn't make that much sense to make those changes. So.
All right.
So much better at answering any questions you might have, or go back to Director Lee's suggestion. Let's just divide it up. Sorry.
No problem. Okay, we've got Director Hiltz.
Thanks. Yeah, I got a question on the visitor info center, the park kiosk. Is there any revenue derived from that site in terms of advertisement? Seems like a good place. Is there revenue that comes from that?
Yes, there's some revenue that comes from the businesses who place the signage up there, and that goes to, there's like ongoing monthly maintenance. There's insurance in particular. That's probably one of our biggest expenses. We have to ensure that, we're really covered from a liability standpoint of people that go there. And some of that in turn goes and addresses, the ongoing needs if we have to replace something. I mean, just something like garbage maintenance, which turned upside down this past year, and we've had to rethink and redo how that happens, particularly when the Sunshine Coast went through bi-weekly. When we get to the summer, we have to supplement that with weekly. So there's just there's small added costs, but when you add them up to a not-for-profit, no money business organization like ourselves, we can certainly use the support.
Right, Director McMahon.
Yeah, I was about to make a motion, then I was wondering what is the typical allocation?
Yeah, typically E and F it says, but yes, what's the split?
By assessment or by population?
Tara? Yeah, Tara, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So this one is a little bit confusing as well. This one has been typically funded by areas E and F. And last year for the BC Ferries Travel Ambassador Program, electoral areas A and electoral area D also contributed some funds. So it's kind of like a grant and aid kind of idea where people just put in a certain amount based on the total. So I'm not sure what direction you want to go with this one, but that's how it went last year. Visitor services was E, electoral area E, economic development, and electoral area F, economic development, and that was split 1/3 and 2/3. And then BC Ferries Travel Ambassador was various amounts between A, B, D, E, and F, split it out equally, it looks like, from last year. So again, it's up to you what your decision will be.
Thank you.
If I could say, I think last year, Tara's right, on the travel ambassadors, I think you allocated $300 per each area. And then the visitor park was, like I say, the more immediate southern areas.
Well, I'm going to just try and float a motion here, okay? That the 2021 funding request from the Gibsons and District Chamber of Commerce for $7,500.
I think it's $7,700.
Sorry, $7,700.
Yes.
I'm flipping between too many documents here. Be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget, and that the funding be allocated from all the rural areas by 50% taxation, 50% per capita and 50%
assessment. So it'd be 50% assessed value, 50% population. Is that what you're looking for? Okay, is there a seconder for that recommendation? Not flying. Okay, who's next? Director Lee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This has been a continuing discussion. And last year we felt that we all benefited from the travel ambassadors. So we did put money in where we hadn't before. But as far as the Visitor Information Center, we all have them. We all pay for our own. I'm not in favor of, unless we look at the whole big picture and look at it as a package, I'm not in favor of contributing. I would be interested in what Mayor Beamish has to say on this subject as well, as I note that there is a visitor information center in Gibsons. So I would make motions, but something like going with historical from last year, but I haven't done that yet.
Okay. So I've got Director Hiltz and then Director McMahon, and then we'll go to Director Beamish to address Director Lee's comment.
I was just going to comment on the population. We'd have to specify like 2016 census, and so that's the downside of going the population route, I think, is what population do you happen to pick that particular year when census only comes out every 5 years, right? So it's as Director Lee, services are collected on land and improvement. So if the rural directors who want to contribute to the kiosk, splitting it based on as it's collected, I could go along with that.
Okay, Director McMahon.
Yeah, I did say the rural areas. I didn't mean the other areas. Just wanted to be clear on that. Actually, at this point, I'll happily go along with anything that people can come up with to move this item along. So somebody want to try a motion and I'll second it.
Okay, first of all, let's go to Director Beamish to answer Director Lee's question. Then we'll go back to Director Lee for a recommendation.
Just for clarity, we do provide the free use of the facility for the Tourism Visitor Information Center that's located in the building adjacent to the town office. So we don't charge for that. And we provide funding separately to the Chamber through our grant of assistance budget and other grants that we may give them from time to time, but we do not fund the tourism ambassador program, or at least have not in recent years.
Thank you. Director Lee, did you want to make a recommendation?
Not sure exactly what I want to say.
Are you okay with the recommendation that was made previously?
Which was?
Tara, that's the one where it's the ambassadors are funded by all 5 rural areas, $300 each. And yep, go ahead, Tara. Help me.
I'll read back what happened last year, just so maybe it'll help you out. Visitor services was electoral area E economic development, $1,667, and electoral F 535 economic development was $3,333. BC Ferries Travel Ambassador Program was funded by all electoral areas equally at $540 each. That helps.
I think the one thing that I noticed was there was a different split between the two functions this year, which will need to be reflected in those dollar amounts. If you look on page 127, last year visitor services was 6,100. This year they're looking at reducing that to 5,000, and the other programs 2,700. Right, so it'll have to be a little different in the allocation dollars. Yeah, Chris?
Excuse me, Chair. I think that was really reflective from 2019 in 2020, just as Tara identified based on your allocation. You know, it was just shifted in terms of travel ambassadors, all areas, and then area E and F from, you know, visitor center and the economic support there. That's why the different amounts, even though it was the same totals.
Right, right. That's what I'm saying. The total is the same, but on bottom page 127 in our agenda here, it indicates that instead of 6,100 for visitor services, for the park kiosk of 6,100 as last year, right? 2019 actual, 2020 actual were 6,100. It's saying the request now this year is 5,000.
I'm not seeing your number for 2020 on the visitor services. I'm showing 5,200. That was our budget, and then that's what we ended up at is 5,200 for VIP, and the 2,500 was for travel ambassadors.
Okay. Who can help me out with these numbers?
Well, you're right. It was the same total.
Yes.
That allocation. I understand where you're going.
So are you looking, you're looking for 5,000 for the visitor services and 2,700? Right. Yes. Okay. So total would be the same, right? But yes, in the recommendation that we had last year, those amounts would need to be changed to reflect the new split, is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Tara, not, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think in this letter there may be a typo, and I believe that that was already split by 5,000 and 2,700 last year, and that's what were reflected. So I believe there's a typo in the letter for 2020.
Okay, so instead of the 6,100 for 2020, it was 5,000.
I see. And it was 20. You're right. That was my bad. But in the budget draft I provided, yes, that's where it's properly allocated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So then we've got Director Lee, Director McMahon, and Director Ties.
So my motion was going to be that the BC Ferries Travel Ambassador Program be split evenly amongst the rural areas.
Yes.
And I was going to stop there because I don't want to talk about E and F. I'd like them to talk themselves on that.
Okay. Okay.
So my motion would be that the BC Ferries Travel Ambassador Program be split evenly between functions 531 to 535 from the Sunshine Coast, from the Gibsons and District Chamber of Commerce, be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Any comments or questions on that piece? All right. Seeing no questions on that, rural areas only. All those in favor? Thank you. All right. Next, Director McMahon.
Sure. Now, I'll move the portion for visitor services be allocated between areas E and F on, is it an assessment basis that it was last year? Whatever basis it was last year.
I think it was just divided 1/3, 2/3.
Okay. Whatever we did last year, I move that this year.
Is there a seconder? Seconded, all right. So voting would be E and F only, is that correct? Looking at Tina, Tara, yes, okay. So voting E and F only, this is 1/3, 2/3, area E, area F for the other piece. The what the signage and all that, right, okay. So all those in favor? Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. I think we've made it through that one. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You bet. Bye-bye. All right, the next are community partners and stakeholders, and it is communication. I do know that we have, I believe, we have Siobhan Smith in the gallery if we have any questions about the archives. So we've already received the communications. So we'll look at item number 16, Annex O, page 130. And this is voting all directors, Roberts Creek Community Library. This is, so Tara, this is where we would want to stop and look at all of the Roberts Creek commitments on this, or do we want to do this one and then go back at the end and look at the other two libraries?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll defer to Tina on that one because she has the breakdown from the library funding summary that she may be able to give some support for the conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think what we need to do, because we're just receiving Roberts Creek, so first we need to address the library. And then if we want to go back and revisit the funding allocation for Gibson's and District Public Library, I think we already have a motion for the seashell, but if there's any more discussion that wants to ensue for that, then that's okay. But I would address the Roberts Creek one just in isolation.
Okay. So this is the one that's called reading rooms, right, on our summary. And we're looking at the request from Area D is for $16,606 for the reading room. That's the grant and the admin portion. Director Ties.
I'm just looking at my paperwork. Where is it again?
If I could, Chair, I think we're just dealing with a grant request from the reading room, which is $14,900.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, okay. The other administration parts are just to I guess, show what the admin support for the whole services and what the total tax impact would be to that one. So we're just dealing with a grant allocation right now. For the
Thank you. Okay, Director Ties.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will make the motion that the 2021 budget submission of $14,900 from the Roberts Creek Community Library, although it should be called a reading room, be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
Is there a seconder for that recommendation? This is voting all directors, given that there's only one funder. So it's been seconded. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Seashell Community Archives. Number 17, Annex P. We'll come back at the end and see what we've missed and what we need to deal with it. We've got just a few more to get through here. So Archives number 17, Annex P, pages 131 to 132. And this is looking at, let me find them on our list. Seashell Archives. The amount has gone up from previous year 9,548 to 18,000, and that is reflecting the rent paid for moving the archives out of the library. And Anne is in our gallery. Anne is our archivist, Anne Watson. Would you like Anne to join us? All right, she is joining us. Okay. Anne, can you unmute yourself, please?
I'm unmuted, I think now.
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Okay, good. I'm just new with this system, so bear with me.
All right. Did you have something you wanted to share with us?
Well, I hadn't really prepared anything. I was hoping that questions can be asked from the directors, except to say thank you for the 20 odd years that you've supported the Sechelt Community Archives and of course the district as well. And without the library's support over the last 24 years, we couldn't have functioned. And lastly, Trail Bay Estates and the Clayton family, who have provided spacious accommodation for us, which should last for a good number of years.
Thank you. Any questions for Anne? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'd just like a refresher on what's been happening with the archives. I understand that under the terms of the archive arrangement, it must be within the district of Sechelt. It can't move outside the district of Sechelt. So how is it that the regional district is funding this when we also fund the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives?
The Sechelt Community Archives, although we're in the district of Sechelt, we do collect materials from all along the Sunshine Coast and work closely with the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives. And an archives is different from a museum. We only collect textual and photographic records. And also we are the sole not owners, but we collect all the local newspapers which haven't been digitized they were digitized up to 1995. So we have the Coast Reporter, the Reporter, all the other newspapers that are and were published over the last 25 years.
Director McMahon, did that answer your question? No, I think you're asking about the funding. So we fund the museum, but we all fund that, but then we also fund the archives separately.
And it seems like there's a significant increase this year over last year. I was trying to go back and look at that and was having some difficulties. So.
Well, it's due to the rent. We now have to pay rent. The archives in the library, under the terms of one of the early boards, gave space to the archives until we outgrew it.
Mm-hmm. It was to the point where it vastly outgrew its space. There was no room left, and it was starting to become actually even a little bit dangerous, I would say, with all of the materials that were in there. So they were moved out to another location, and that is solely the increased cost. Director McMahon?
So is Sechelt funding this separately or through the SCR? How is the Sechelt portion of this working?
We fund through this function, I believe, too, 648. Okay. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just having a little problem getting my head around this. First of all, I agree it's a very valuable function. Mm-hmm. I end up comparing it to what we do in Area A, which is not necessarily the right thing to do for all of these. But in Area A, we do collect the documents and local papers, and we do scan them and put them on a server. But it's all done by volunteers, and the building itself is leased from school district via it's Sarah Ray Hall. We know how that works, but effectively that's also supported by volunteers. But then if I look at Gibson's, in the Gibson's area, it's more along the lines of what we're proposing to do with Seashell, except I guess in a different building. But so now my only other question is something I guess that staff could answer. And that is, does Seashell pay into this function that we're proposing to use to fund this?
And who's going to speak? Tina, sorry. If I'm pausing at times, it's because every time somebody puts their hand up, all my windows change, and then I have to find you again. All right, Tina, go ahead.
Yeah, so function 648 is museum services, and it's a regional service that all areas participate in. And so the services that are provided through that is the Sunshine Coast Museum and Archives, the Skookumchuck Heritage Museum, and the Seashell Archives. So those are the three entities that are funded through this particular service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hiltz and then Director McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Just looking for a little bit of background. Has the move happened, and what's the public access to the facility? How is it, hours? How do people get there?
We moved a year ago this month to above the Royal Bank building in the Trail Bay Mall, and we're open only one day a week. We were open to the public, but with in person, but with the COVID regulations, no. Most of my queries now come through emails and phone calls. And that is regularly every Thursday when I go in, there's somebody wanting some information about something. And we do have volunteers who are not in, they haven't been in for a year.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
I'm going to try and articulate my confusion here. I'm on page 132, and under 2020, it shows $2,100 from the SCRD and $6,800 from Seashell. And then under 2021, it shows $18,000 from the SCRD and $300 from Seashell, which is confusing me. That's why I'm confused. So I'm hoping for some explanation of whether the funding allocation between the rural areas or between the partners in this has changed since last year.
Okay. Tina, do you have that answer?
Yeah, I think that in the detailed column, you'll see that the District of Seashell, when the archives were located in the Seashell Library, covered the phone services. So there were many things that were covered either in kind or indirectly through other entities, whether it be the District of Seashell or the Seashell Library Association. They were covering costs for the archives. So things like doing their payroll services. So now those particular items are being all put into the cost share allocation here. So I don't think their budget necessarily has increased so much. It's just where their funding sources are coming from.
So what you're saying is, instead of directly coming from the District of Seashell, now the District of Seashell would be contributing through function 648 instead.
Yeah, that's how I see this particular budget, because I wouldn't believe you'd pay for their telephone bill anymore.
No. Okay. And there's Siobhan has her hand up. Okay, we're going to bring Siobhan in. She may have a few more details.
Hi, is it possible for me just to make a comment about the last question?
Yes.
So when we moved the archives last year, someone had to pay the lease. And so the District of Seashell paid last year's lease for the archives, which is why our contribution last year was so significantly higher than what we're proposing for future years. But because we do host their website and we do have their internet service and telephone service connected to the District of Sechelt. We have been covering those costs as well last year. The cost to continually maintain their website will be considered an in-kind cost moving forward that the District of Sechelt will provide because we actually host it on our server.
Thank you.
Thank
Director Lee. Thank you, Siobhan. Director Lee?
That was a good explanation. Thank you. The one, first of all, I think this is fair, but I'm trying to just work through it in my mind so that I understand. I would guess now that the space that it used to be using in the library is now used for another purpose, probably a library purpose though.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and we also fund that library, so we're it's a circle. We would have had to get that space somehow anyways. So if I've got that right, I'm now happy. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, or how would you like to proceed with this? Director McMahon.
Okay, I'll take a stab at it. That the 2021 funding request from the Sechelt Archives be referred to 2021 round 2 budget. Sorry, reading the wrong thing. Budget submission of, now I have to switch screens again.
I think it's 18,000.
18,000, okay, thank you. Too many screens open. From the Sechelt Archives, be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget. Having said that, presumably this would be apportioned the same way that the other museum and archive funding is, which I am assuming is 50% assessment and 50% per capita. Is that the case?
Tina?
Well, I see we're thoroughly have confused you. No. So because function 648 is an established service and the apportionment based on the service establishment is based on property assessment, then this particular request would just fold into that overall funding need for that service and would be apportioned accordingly. It's much easier when there's an established service.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Any other questions or comments? This is voting all directors. All those in favor? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Siobhan. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, just a point of clarification on that 640 function. So in the budget book, the participation ratios essentially look after that. That tells you how much each area would be paying. It's based on total. So it would, last year, for example, area E was 7.63. So they had 7.63 of the total assessment for the regional district. That's how it washes out in the numbers.
Tina's just getting there.
Yeah, so I need to just go find that, but it's just to clarify, it's function 648. Yeah, so I thought you said function.
Yeah, he did say 640, but I think he was referring to 648.
Okay.
Yes.
So if that was what he said, that is correct. I'm just trying to find that page in the budget book. And
273 on the old one.
Oh, okay.
No, this is draft. Sorry, I'm in draft. I'm in the draft one.
Yeah, it's got the new one. Yeah, and this is a really good guide. And of course, we used to provide this to you in paper, but thank goodness we don't now. But I think that is correct.
All right, and we voted on that one. That one's done. Tara, good. Okay. Moving on to item 19. Gibson's Community School Annex R. Sorry, am I in the right place? Yes, I believe I am. No, sorry, I missed one. Number 18. Skookumchuck Heritage Society, Egmont Heritage Center, Annex Q, pages 133 to 136. Okay, and finding them on our list. So it's, their request is for the same amount as last year of $35,000. Is someone willing to make a recommendation? Director Ties.
I was looking at Director Lee because that's
Okay.
Skookumchuck is his way.
Perfect. Director Lee, over to you.
He was faster on the button than me. That the 2021 budget submission of 35,000 from function 648 from the Skookumchuck Heritage Society be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
There's a seconder for the recommendation. Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Now we can move on to item 19, Gibson's Community School, Annex R, pages 137 through 149. And let me find them. We're looking for the same amount as last year. This is function 670 regional, except F Islands. Who'd like to take a stab at this one? Mayor Beamish.
Yeah, I would move the, I've got to get my resolutions up here. I would move it, be approved and added to budget. Is that number one?
Yeah, that'll be number one. So the budget submission of $10,000 from Gibson's area community schools be approved and incorporated in the 2021 round 2 budget. Seconded. This is all directors. All those in favor? Thank you. Then, final one in this section, Pender Harbor and District Chamber of Commerce, 2021 budget request. This is a request, it's risen $500 from $18,650 to $19,150. It's funded from Area A Economic Development. Director Lee. While he's unmuting himself, I'm just going to tell Tina and Tara what we'll do is once we're finished this, we'll actually take our break and then come back. It'll give the other staff an opportunity to come and give us a break before we kind of change directions. But we have to go back to libraries first. Right. Okay, Director Lee.
A motion that the 2021 budget submission of $19,150 from function 531 from Pender Harbor Chamber of Commerce be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget.
All right, is there a seconder for the recommendation? This is voting all directors. All those in favor? Thank you. All right, so we need to go back and revisit Area D library funding for Gibson's and District Public Library only. Is that the only one we have to go back to?
Yeah, yes, I believe so.
Okay. Director Ties.
Yeah, I'm just happy to follow the recommendations on the chart provided. So whatever that 9.25% is, or if I remember correctly.
Okay, so Area D, that would be 61,173. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it would be to the effect of that the Area D contribution towards the Gibsons and Area District Public Library grant of 61,000 be allocated, and that a total of 75,662 come from the Area D library service.
All right, that recommendation has been made. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. And given this is funded from one, it's voting all. Correct? Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. All right, before we move on to the next section, Tara, have we missed anything? We're good? Awesome. It is 2:11. We are on time. You guys are doing amazing. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. So let's go to 2:21. See you back here then. Thank you. Welcome back to the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting, round 1 budget of February 1st. We are moving into the second longer section of our agenda with the staff reports and budget proposals. So first off, I'd like to get a motion to receive all the reports. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Thank you. And then we are going to go into number 1 today, which we've moved from the beginning of the meeting to this portion. And this is a 2021 round 1 budget overview. And it will incorporate as well numbers 21 and 22. And this is coming to us from our CAO, Dean McKinley, and our Chief Financial Officer, Tina Perot. Thank you. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we have a little presentation here that really just leaves off from where we were in the pre-budget deliberations. We're just going to provide a little bit of update and cover some of the reports and figures that are included within the agenda package here. So it gives us a little bit of context and leading into the budget deliberations for the SCRD tomorrow. So I'm just hoping I don't come into any technical issues. Yeah, it's a little bit slow on my end to go from slide to slide, so my apologies. So we can just, just cover some of the things that we're going to touch on today is really just give an update on some of the key items that impacting the 2021 budget. We'll get a little update from our CAO first, and we're going to cover some of the work plan initiatives. And we're going to delve into some of the figures that are included here, because I think there just needs to be some clarification on what's included in the package, as well as staff have provided some what if scenarios in this package, which means what is the impact of approving all the items that were presented in this package here today. We're going to talk a little bit of the resource and HR plan, and also cover the property assessments, which is also a item within the agenda today. And just talk a little bit about the process and communication plan, because there's a lot more now with our new manager of communications and engagement that we're going to be doing a lot more enhanced communication and engagement for our budget, which is fantastic. So I'll pass it over to our CAO.
Thanks very much, Tina, and hi, everybody. If we look back to only one short year ago, we came together to consider a bold and ambitious budget that would move forward well in excess of 100 key projects and initiatives in support of the board's strategic plan. Shortly thereafter, the COVID pandemic forced us to completely rearrange our lives and transform our business practices to fit an uncertain and constantly shifting landscape of emerging priorities. The COVID pandemic resulted in an unprecedented level of challenge to our service delivery, our revenue generation, and stretched our individual capacities to their very limits. Our board supported several emergency measures that allowed staff to adapt quickly and ensure that our services and key initiatives and projects were able to continue with as little disruption as possible. I'm incredibly grateful for the tireless efforts of our staff, who have gone above and beyond the call of duty to continue to advance important work and respond to the needs of our residents in the face of a global pandemic. Our board sets the strategic direction for the Sunshine Coast Regional District throughout their 4-year term, and in September of 2020, the board updated their 2019 to 2023 strategic plan with strategic focus areas of engagement and communication, asset stewardship, working together, community resilience and climate change adaptation, and advocacy. Included in the budget proposals are several new staff positions designed to support the projects and initiatives being proposed. Staff have weighed various options when considering new positions, including using consultants as opposed to hiring additional staff. Given the large number of projects and the length of time these projects will take to complete, staff have made a deliberate decision to recommend the addition of these new positions in support of the strategic plan, as this work will span several years and require increased and ongoing staff capacity and expertise. We believe there's value in building this capacity right here on the Sunshine Coast. In preparing the round 1 budget proposals, staff have continued to apply various lenses, including additional staffing requirements to the projects and initiatives being presented. In 2021, staff were presenting 226 projects, 109 of which are carry forward projects and 117 are new projects from across all divisions for consideration. These projects, if approved by the board, are intended to improve SDRD operations and services to residents of the Sunshine Coast. Staff are committed to increasing transparency, enhancing our communications, and delivering results to the residents of the Sunshine Coast. While the strategic plan provides clear direction and a path forward for our team, and the budget proposals follow that direction, it's not an exhaustive list of the essential operational work we do as a regional district annually. In addition to the projects in the round one budget proposal, our dedicated staff continue to work diligently to provide the services and programs that our residents require and develop plans and lay the foundational work that will help the Sunshine Coast move into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tina, I think you're up next.
Thank you. I just don't know if we're having any little technical issues. I know there was some sound issues there, so just let me know if there's any issues that persist, because we've just got a little bit of delay here. So just to reiterate some of the key impacts that we highlighted during 2021 budget, just to recap some of those. Of course, in 2020, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the SERD board directed staff to do some significant amendments to the just recently approved budget bylaw on March the 12th. So on March 31st, we then amended our financial plan bylaw, which included some deferral of several projects that had been approved in 2020. We also did some one-time reserve reductions, which means that we used operating reserves to reduce taxation as well as deferred those particular contributions for that year. Some of those, or cumulatively, some of those had over $500,000 impact in taxation reductions. We also, in 2021, we have lower than anticipated 2020 deficits. So as we were reporting very significant variance updates, we did more than we typically would in a year, just to make sure that we are keeping both the board and the community apprised of some of the COVID-19 pandemic impacts to operations, either through the recreation service or transit or solid waste, etc. So the good news is that we have not realized those large deficits that we in the summertime anticipated coming into the year end, which is a good news story. We also just at the January 21st made some recommendations to the community recreation budget that have also been incorporated into this round one figures. So those changes have been incorporated into these budget numbers. And we also just wanted to remind the board of some future commitments and some of the delay and some of the debt servicing that we have for some of the larger projects, things like Church Road Well or water metering that's going to be happening here in 2021 instead of which was reflected in the budget last year. And we also have a few decisions that are upcoming, which are also debt funded. So those debt servicing costs also have impacts to our taxation figures. And of course, we have some emerging items that have come to the board since the pre-budget deliberation, and those are the water and groundwater projects, some solid waste items, as well as the wastewater and COVID-19 restart fundings. We also have several smaller reports that have also come, so there's a lot of emerging items that are still coming through to budget. So as the CAO has already articulated, we have a very aggressive plan that was approved in 2020 and also a very aggressive plan that's coming into the prior year. So just talking about some of the budget projects, we already have 109 carry forward and 117 new projects to go over the next couple of days. So that totals a funding or additional of $14 million coming into our budget for this year. So we've just gone over community partners and stakeholders, and that's well over $1.465 million of funding that the SERD provides to those particular community groups and stakeholders. So we're going to be providing just a little bit of information on some of the documents that are included in the agenda here. And so I just wanted to kind of walk through what's included in here and then jump into some of the what if scenarios. So I guess I'm just forewarning you, we're getting into sort of the numbers component of this. So the tax by area is starting at round one. So essentially based on all of those things I've just articulated that are incorporated into the budget. So some of those items that we deferred from last year and some of those particular new projects have been incorporated. And so we're starting with an overall tax dollar increase of over $2 million over the prior year. So that translates into 9.47%. So that's just a dollar increase over from the prior year. So what does this really mean to specific areas? And I think that it's important to understand that as a regional district, we don't just have one mill rate. We have various local service areas. So each service of the regional district has its own tax rate. So what we've provided here is just a snapshot of what the average residential taxation, including the fees that have been approved at the end of December for things like water and refuse collection or some of those local service areas. So this is one per some of the the larger service areas. So you have quite a range depending on what services those areas participate in. So you can see it's anywhere from $1,500 in Area A if you participate in Egmont to over in Gambier Island where it's only $576. So then when we get into more defined rural areas, when we incorporate some of those general taxation, again, you can see that the average residential areas, they do shift along. And these just are articulating the average cost of the residential areas. And so this is just taking all of the assessed values divided by the number of occurrences. So there's a lot of variation, I guess is what I'm saying in this particular context. You can either be on the higher spectrum or the lower spectrum of this. So the numbers I just presented are based on those starting positions of 9.47%. So what we have here is what if scenarios for property taxation if the various budget proposals are approved. So essentially what we're starting with is our baseline status quo. So we've separated each and every types of different classifications of budget proposals. And we've also made a few assumptions included in here. So things like the 2020 deficits. And then we've laid over some of the mandatory initiatives, business continuity, the strategic plan, low cost, high value, and we've also included the community partners and stakeholders and just added sort of a cumulative impacts for all the areas on the bottom. So if everything get approved in this particular package, what would the year over year taxation value be? And that's at the very bottom. So the overall change would be 18.14%. So again, what we've done is we have given some of the what if scenarios based on having all of those proposals approved. And so we'll make sure to share this with you as well and share it with all the directors. So you have this as reference documents. So you can take a look at what these various area impacts would be for the services. So I'm just going to pause there in case there's any questions with any of those figures, because it is a lot of detailed figures. So if you have any questions, we can always take them offline or have some questions tomorrow, or I can take some now.
And directors, any questions at this point? Director Hilt.
Will we be able to have this presentation before tomorrow so we can kind of take home, have a little bit of homework on it and be ready for good questions tomorrow?
Yes, absolutely. I can work with the appropriate people to do that. I can do low tech and email it to everybody or put it in your sync folder, whatever is best. We will make sure that this is incorporated part of the public record as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing no questions, let's move on to the next piece.
Yeah, so then just pivoting to the human resourcing plan, as the CAO has touched on, and that's really just to articulate the resourcing requests, both from 2020 and into 2021. So essentially a snapshot from the year over year. Some of those deferrals that were approved in 2020 are now fully 100% allocated into 2021. And so the net increase over 2020's formalized and approved HR plan is 9.16. And there is an additional 9.22 additional FTE requests that are included in this particular package as well.
Any questions from directors on that? Okay. Go ahead.
All right, so I haven't really delved too much into the overall property assessment and some of the impacts, but in the staff report included in the package today, you'll see that there's an overall change of property assessments on the Sunshine Coast of 5.6%. Again, this is just assessed values. And so the increase due to NMC, that is non-market change. And what non-market change means is typically related to growth. So that means new builds, new construction starts, or new units included, or new types of property classifications on the Sunshine Coast. So the increase due to market, and that reflects what essentially a house in different areas would sell for over the prior year. The average is 4.63. And so this is a snapshot of the entire Sunshine Coast. The report included in the agenda gets more into detail of the relative impacts to apportionment. And for instance, Area D saw a larger increase, more than the other particular areas. So what that does is that their piece of the pie for various services, if we only had to raise the same dollar of taxation, they would actually pay a larger share of that particular pie just because their apportionment has changed a little bit. So that's what that staff report delves into a little more in detail. So sometimes the tax changes don't always mean we're raising more funds for specific areas. It might just mean that now your share of the pie is much larger.
So I think what Tina's referring to is Annex U at this point, which is the 2021 property assessment impact.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I also just wanted to touch on a little bit of some of the documentation for resourcing, both for yourself and for the public. And that is just that the financial plan book, I think Director Hiltz was already mentioning it. This includes all the detailed budget summaries. So it does provide that apportionment. It gives a little overview, the bylaw authority for the functions. The first 60 or so pages provides information, more supplemental information such as tax by area for some of the islands, the reserve tables, those area snapshots that we've provided. So it gives a snapshot for each area. And again, that's at that start of round one. So it doesn't incorporate some of these what if scenarios. But again, we'll update this document as we head into round two. So whatever decisions are made today, we're going to make sure that those things are updated. And again, in collaboration with our new communications and engagement team, we're most certainly going to be doing a lot more as it relates to this particular document and trying to make it a little more more encompassing and user-friendly and live for people to be able to see, for the public to use that as a resource document. So I also did want to mention that the 2020 year end is really just, it's completing right now. So staff are just finishing that. So we haven't provided the final year end surplus values. We'll provide those at round two. And so those, per our financial sustainability policy, those surpluses, the majority of them do roll into reserves. And so those will be updated in part of the reserve summaries as unallocated amounts for round two. So just to touch a little bit on the timeline, we're going to be doing our budget deliberations this week up until Friday. So today, tomorrow, and Friday. We're going to be planning some public consultation events, both to our member municipalities, as well as doing some filming to Coast Cable. With our round two final budget happening on, I think, March the 4th and 5th, and the adoption of the financial plan is scheduled for March the 25th this year. As you may recall, last year we attempted to start rolling the financial plan dates a little bit sooner so we could work towards a December 31st adoption of a draft financial plan. But I think in response to COVID, we kind of went back to our historical year-end processes and budget processes just to allow us some time to understand the full implications of COVID. So hopefully we can work towards those earlier deadlines because lots of processes collide at this particular same time. So I think it's something for us to maybe look forward to in the coming years. And I just wanted to touch on our communications plan. So already our communications and engagement team have been very active in providing some communication. We're going to be doing even some daily updates as far as what we're completed today, tomorrow, and Friday with some press release. So a lot more active in our communication and engagement as it relates to the budget deliberations. We've already inserted something in the newspaper related to the user rates for utilities. So this includes all the wastewater, the water, and the refuse collection rates. And we have a lovely letter from the chair that's been included there. So lots more to do. We're also looking to do some interactive videos and including our directors in highlighting a lot of the projects that are happening in the various areas. So look forward to more of that coming to involve you guys in. So just take any questions if there are any.
Directors, any questions? Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just truly do love that financial plan, that book. It is just such an awesome way to see the regional district. It takes a little bit to get used to, but it is one of my go-tos. So is that a staff-driven document for the most part? And do you want me to make comments about the content? Because I see the draft is already changed over last year. It's more pleasing, I would say, visually and things like this. And content and the enhancement of it is like that's terrific. Like even the museum functions go one line in it, and today we could probably put the whole paragraph in there. So are you going to be looking for comment on that as we go forward? Like when does it go to press? Because that's essentially the bylaw that gets adopted, as I understand. So I'm just trying to kind of understand that document a little bit more.
Tina?
So the document was driven by, I think, the need for us to provide more comprehensive documentations. We had a lot of what we would call guiding documents. So there were pieces of that. So I think that the guideline we used was driven by the Government Finance Officer International's guideline for the best practices for budget. And it's actually driven by all of their particular criteria that's incorporated in that document. So we use this as a guide. It's a very lengthy guidebook, but it gets you best practices throughout North America and includes things like school districts. So we look and we use those guidelines and we actually submit it for an award. Now, it's not necessarily that we're looking to get an award, but it's to get peer-driven feedback on what things work and what things don't work. So I think we would most welcome any feedback any of the directors would have, either from themselves or from their community members, as to what they'd be looking for more information. And I think what our goal is to make it more, like you said, pleasing, so people understand what they're receiving for the tax dollars they're getting. So focusing more on the projects versus on some of the financial information, and explaining a little bit more about what services the regional district provides. So again, this is where some of the media type stuff, not just print, will hopefully assist with some of that as well. But yes, by all means, if there's any suggestions, staff are all ears.
Thank you. Director McMahon and then Director Ties.
Yeah, as we all know, this is a census year. At what point will we have census results that will impact our budget? Like, will that be for the 2022 budget, or will it not be until 2023?
It won't be until 2022.
Follow up, Director McMahon, or is that?
I was actually wondering if we'd have it in time for 2022 because they don't start releasing them typically until early 2023.
Not from what I understand. What I've heard is, for example, the town of Gibson's will be starting to pay for police services, RCMP services in 2022, based on the census in 2021. Director Ties and then Director Lee.
Yeah, my interest was piqued at the individual director's ability to maybe do a little video or something like that that's specific to the electoral areas, and I really like that idea. And it's I think it would be good, you know, for example, in Roberts Creek to look at average assessed value going up and that being a contributing factor, and all those things that kind of get lost in the shuffle and people might not understand. So I know that sounds like a lot of work, but I'd be happy to get into that.
All right, Director Lee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm what I believe I saw. On page 38 of the big book, that's what Leonard called it, it's the big book.
Okay.
There is a proposed residential tax for R1 that said 10.75% and 9.33% for Area A. And it did say round one. But from the presentation I just saw, it looks like it should say 22.3% and something like that on the bottom half. Do I have that right?
Tina?
Yeah, so what the snapshot for what is on the website in the financial plan document right now is as we start into round one. Those are the already approved amounts in the budget. The ones that you saw in the what if scenarios are decisions coming forward. It's to give you an idea of if you approved everything in this package here over this round one budget deliberations, what the implications would be. So, and we've broken those out, but we didn't then break those various dozen or so scenarios into what the tax impact is. I mean, that would it's just tell you what the full meal deal would be if everything was approved.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. That's what I was hoping that other one was, but now I realize it isn't. So how do we go about looking at the big picture if we want to change it? Is there something that could assist us in doing that? Some lists, some what's causing the 22 instead of 9.3?
Well, I think once we share the presentation, that might come into clarity a little bit, because it shows if each various types of budget proposals are approved, what the relative impact from a dollar perspective is. It really also, there's a lot of variations, because things like the budget proposals just for the Egmont, for the fire departments as an example, those are typically local service area specific. So it really depends on what service area. So we've tried to give as many different scenarios as possible, but understanding it is quite limitless in a regional district, and we have to be careful with how much analysis we can provide. But I think once we share that presentation with you, it might be helpful as far as you're heading into these decisions. And again, just a reminder, we do keep a live tax by area at the end of each day. So we'll give you an update tomorrow once the decisions have been made, and we can give an update at the end of round one. So we'll keep those live and up to date for you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, general questions at this point? All right, what I'd like to do, we're going to try and wrap by 20 after 3 today to allow for the WASAC meeting and those who are attending that. I'd like to get through the Divisional Service Plans Light version. We may not get all the way through it today, but I'd like to see if we can get through that. And what we're going to do, I know you've all read this. What I'd like to do is just go through and take questions, just as if we were doing our quarterly reports or whatever. So I'm sure you've highlighted some things in here. If you have questions, let's bring them forward to staff, and they're all here to answer questions.
Chair, I also just wanted to ask, did you want to receive the reports, report number 21 and 22?
I think we received all the reports at the beginning already.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Director McMahon.
Okay, so if I am clear, we're looking at all the light reports. Yes. I really like them, by the way. I found them very helpful. On page 192, I believe we did not agree to a second intake for rural grant and aid, so that can go off of there.
Mm-hmm.
On page 198, I was really happy to see the investigation of a joint Sunshine Coast purchasing group. That's right up our alley. The UBCM report that they're putting forward to the government from 2013 on financing of local government, in fact, recommends that very thing. So we're in the right direction there. Which local governments would that include?
Staff?
Yeah, so that I think they've already had their kickoff meeting, I think last week or the week before. And that includes all the member municipalities have been invited. And I believe the school district has also been included in that invite. And if not now, they will be.
Thank you. Director Pratt.
Just a small point of order, Chair. Actually, at the beginning of the meeting, we did not vote to receive the reports, the staff reports. We only voted to receive all of the community stakeholder information and communications. So I made a note of that. I made a note of that when we started. So if we could do that, that would be
That's
good.
correct. But I believe when we started this section after the break, we received all of the reports for the second half.
Did we?
Yes.
I missed it then. My apologies.
No problem. Director McMahon, back to you.
Oh, sure, why not? Jumping forward to page 207, the Gibson's District Fire Department has considerably more staffing than the other fire departments. And I was wondering if the training officer there covers any of the other fire departments or just Gibson's.
Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm the training officer is dedicated to the Gibson's and District Volunteer Fire Department. Each of the fire departments actually has a resource that is focused on training in their particular areas. Most of them, of course, are volunteers, but they do liaise up and through the chiefs with regular meetings on joint activities. So it has some level of coordination, but it is primarily dedicated to Gibson's. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question on IT. Starts on page 200. This is the Information Technology Service Plan Light. Page 201. It talks about complete PIB for development permits, complete PIB for calls. What is PIB? What does that stand for? Do we know?
Yes. So sorry for the acronyms. So we internally make, we start all of our projects with a project initiation brief. And that's really just some project management tools that we do about, reviewing projects, what resources are going to be impacted. As an aside, we actually prepare project initiation briefs for all of the budget proposals that are included. That's some of the pre-budget work that we do internally. So that is a gating step for our projects.
Perfect. All right. So one other point I just noticed on number 10 on there, it talks about emergency notification software. Voyant alert is selected. So that's I just wanted to bring that out to the public. Nice to see. Thank you. Director McMahon, back to you.
Expected Director Hiltz to begin here. I know that I've asked this question before, so I apologize. But in most of these services, it doesn't show a regular plan for adding funds to capital or operating reserves. So how does money typically get added to the capital and operating reserves?
Yeah.
So I think this is where we, in agenda review, we kind of noticed that some of the divisions had included their reserve plan in there. And that's not really formally from like a policy guideline supposed to be meant as their capital plan. So I think that's something as we need to explore as we iterate these particular service plan lights is maybe incorporating what their capital plan and what their funding strategies are, because reserves are just one piece of the funding strategy. It doesn't assume that all things will be funded through reserves because, as we know, many cases they're not. Things like big fire trucks can't be 100% funded from reserves all the time. So I think this is where reserves are one source of funding, but I think what you're looking for is what their overall capital needs are. Yeah, tied to their funding strategy. So if we had a comprehensive service plan, so like we have started for things like the wastewater, and we're working towards many other services for this year, those would be things from the funding strategy that would be included in there. So we can start to look at how we might layer those into the next iterations of these service plans. So again, I can add this to our budget debrief items for further exploration.
Right. Any other directors? Any questions or comments on this report? And I'm still making my way through here. Director Lee.
My mind wandered a little bit, so I'm trying to figure out where we are and what we're doing.
Okay, we're in Annex V in the Divisional Service Plans Light version. Okay. And just if you have any questions in this report, we're just going to have staff go over and answer the questions. I mean, I highlighted a number of things in here initially when I went through, and then when we actually got it, when I got into the budget documents, like the other reports following, a lot of those questions got answered. So you might have some of that, but is there anything in these reports now, in this report, that you have questions about?
Well, I actually was back on T and U. So are we going back to those, or?
You can, sure.
Can you skip over them, or?
No, they were presented. Tina presented those as part of her intro.
Oh, as the slideshow?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. And I think some of your questions actually came from that. But yes, if you have questions, by all means,
questions, so.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It was, I had a little problem with defined and not defined, and so I had some questions. For instance, on page 162 of the T report, it says it excludes defined rural areas. And yet when I go down there, I see user fees and parcel taxes, which I believe are only, if wastewater is in there, for instance, that would be a defined service. So I was wondering if that was in the figure, that $17, or if it was, so what would be in that figure under user fees and parcel taxes?
Yeah.
That does include, so in the defined areas on page 163, those do include in those specific areas some of the local service areas. So some of the user rates and parcel taxes and frontage fees as well.
Yeah, I was struggling a little bit because in Pender Harbor and Egmont areas, there's properties that get they're on their own septic system, they're on their own water, and so they don't have any user fees and parcel taxes, and that would be the case, say, for Egmont and in Pender. So I was struggling with that, and I believe that would be quite similar to, well, Elphinstone or any of those areas that go across there, where it says it excludes defined rural areas. Just struggling with that.
Did you have any more detail, Tina, on that?
Well, I think what there's a lot of variation, especially in Area A, because, for instance, there's 8 different wastewater services and 3 different water areas, and there's the fire department, and so it really depends. We've tried to capture some more common defined local service areas, including with some of the fire departments, to try to give some articulation. Like I said, it's not like there's many variations, so we've tried to pick the most common.
Okay.
Director McMahon?
I'm off in the light plans.
Go ahead.
Regional Water Service says in the description that it serves approximately 22,000 people. And I remember the fire department also said how many people, but the water services for North and South Pender don't say the number of customers, and it would just be a helpful piece of information when you're reading through and comparing these different services. And I got just one more on page 244. There was a reference to, on the table, item number 4 is outstanding right-of-way. Who's outstanding right-of-way, I was wondering.
And it doesn't indicate area. It says proposed $30,000 operating reserves.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. As clarified in the budget proposal, there are currently 6 or 7 outstanding for several wastewater plans. And in the budget proposal itself, they're listed.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question before I go to Director Lee. Page 239. This is on Regional Water Service. And there's a bullet that says Chapman Creek Environmental Flow Need Review. And I recently had a question from somebody in the community asking if this is still moving forward, what the status of this is. So I'm just wondering if they give a little bit of an update on that piece.
I would have to get an update from the consultant, and I will provide one at February IC.
Perfect. That's all I need to know. Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you. I have a comment. And then the reason I was asking about those 2 charts is that it seems to me that it would clearly indicate if we had it updated to all potential projects, that I would then know which area to look at to see what the heck's going on where, because it kind of gives it quite a nice roll up. I like the chart. That's why I was asking the questions. So might be something we need, maybe if we don't get it this year, next year, or maybe later on in our discussions. I was just wondering what Tina thought of that.
Well, it's I think included in some of the presentation here, so I'm going to be forwarding that today.
Okay, thank you. And then I have another question, actually a question rather than a comment. On page 163, Yeah, I'm confused because it says, I'm easily confused, you probably noticed. Community recreation and Pender Harbor Pool parcel tax will decrease slightly for 2021 due to increase in assessments. Seems like kind of a backward statement. I was trying to wonder what I missed.
So this is bottom page 163.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's an increase in, because they're only taxed on improvements only. And so if we have a number of like non-market changes, so new properties, so we attract more. So say there was bare land and now someone built a house, they're now going to be charged the parcel tax. And so we didn't have that last year. So that's essentially what happens with some of these is as there's more growth, you'll see the parcel tax decrease a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. More people to share the fixed amount. I like that. Thank you.
All right, Director McMahon.
Okay, this really is the last one on my list. Dakota Ridge, which is page 279. I've struggled with a lot of confusion over Dakota Ridge this year. And this is more a general question, but on our website, it is described as a recreation area. So people think that recreation operates it, but it's actually operated by parks. I finally figured that out. And it looks to me, judging by the FTE count, that it is being run off the side of a number of people's desks, which would explain a few things, but I don't know if staff want to comment on that, but it's, it is a little confusing for the public trying to figure out what it is and who does it.
So you said page 279, so that's actually into the budget request at this point.
Sorry, it's 271. I'm looking at my PDF page count here.
Okay. Thank you. And staff, did you want to comment on that?
Thanks, Chair. I can just say that it's a combination of parks and recreation that are involved in the operation of Dakota Ridge, and rather than off the side of the desk, I would describe the operation as seasonal and integrated. So we have members of our team that serve similar functions with volunteer coordination and providing public information and selling tickets and things like that. They do that for a range of different services, and some of them do that for Dakota Ridge in the fall and winter. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions up to the end of the service plan light? All right, I want to say I really enjoyed reading it. I know that there is so much that's going on a day-to-day basis in each department, and it's not actually visible a lot of times to the community. And I know this is probably a lot of work to put this together, but it actually gives them and us an insight into what you're doing and what you are dealing with on a daily basis. And it gives us a really good foundation upon which to deliberate on the budget information coming forward and what the workload is that you're already dealing with. So thank you for taking the time to put that together. Really appreciate that view. Director McMahon.
And further to that, this will be one of my, as Director Hiltz calls it, go-to documents, because I'm going to put this aside because it does give me a snapshot so that when people ask me a question about a department, then I have the information right there. So this is great. Thank you.
All right, we are at 3:12. So what I'd like to do, given the other meeting is starting at 3:30, I would like to move to recess this meeting to tomorrow morning at 9:30. Is there someone who would like to second that? Director Pratt? Anything further from staff at this point or directors? Director Beamish.
I guess where are we exactly picking up tomorrow, and what's the process in for tomorrow?
We will start with the first budget item, number 24. This should be 2021 round one budget proposal from General Government Corporate Officer.
just continue.
Just continue on where we are. All
So
right.
on Annex W.
Yes, Annex W. Director Lee?
I've neglected to say I really like those service lights. It's going to be my go-to document as well. I was busy looking back and forgot to say thank you for those service lights. They were awesome. So great.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor to recess to 9:30 tomorrow morning. All those in favor? Thank you. We'll see you back here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.